You want the truth, you're here for salty sleuth. Time for some cussing and discussing. Come on in now, take a seat, we're digging up the cold hard truth. Salty's here to spit the facts, no fake stories, no backtrack. This is the no bullshit zone. Truth cuts deeper than a stone. Salty crew stand side by side, sharp like smart and along for the ride. Oh, salty ain't gonna take your shit, calls it out and never quits. If you're stirring up drama, you're getting the boot, cause the mods keep watch with salty stew. Truth don't bend, truth don't stoop, step out of line and a boo, 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 boo. You want the truth, you know the root. Salty's got the facts and the lies get called out. You want the truth, you know the root. Salty's got the facts and the lies get called out. Salty ain't gonna take your shit, calls it out and never quits. If you're stirring up drama, you're getting the boo, cause the mods keep watch with salty stew. Truth don't bend, truth don't stoop, step out of line and boo, 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 boo. You want the truth, you know the root. Salty's got the facts and the lies get called out.
Good evening, everybody. How are y'all doing? That song was brought to you courtesy of my feral friend, Simi Sharp, and I felt it's appropriate for the series, Simi. Thank you, you beautiful soul. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you liked the intro. I literally threw it together in 5 minutes sitting out in the backyard a few minutes ago. So it is what it is. It's a rough cut, but that is Simi's song, and she did us a good solid there, and we appreciate you, ma'am. I couldn't get that link to work for the longest time, Simi, and I saw you drop it a few minutes ago, and I noticed that you did, and I clicked it, and I was like, oh, God, it works. So, yay, we got it, Simi. Now it's uploaded. We're good to go. Of course, my dog would bark in the background. They must be finished with their dinner now. All right. Oh, goodness. Hang on. They need to go outside, y'all. I'll be right back. Sorry. Okay, they're good. They're Florida dogs. They've had their dinner, and now it's feeling good outside. Finally, it's 7 p.m. Central. They can get out there and frolic for a while. They're good. They're good doggies. All right. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome into the show. This is episode 1 of the Hot Mess Express. You could tell by the thumbnail what the topic may be about. Some derailed trains, misinformation, and all kinds of things, right? This one is going to pertain to Brian Koberger. Episode 1 was going to be a different topic, subject, but I decided to shelve that for the moment. We are going to get to that eventually. It's okay to wait for a minute. This one is important, and it needs to be done tonight. Now, welcome in, everybody. Everybody's welcome to this chat. This is an Idaho 4 discussion. So, with that in mind, I know the streets, I know the case. If you have a different opinion, you're fine. That's totally fine. Share your opinions. Come correct, right? I'm going to come with respect. You come with respect. The chat's going to come with respect. But if we're in here doing the nonsense, we don't even play around about it. It's just, literally, there's another show happening tonight on this same subject, covered by a pro burger. So there's a home for you. You know what I mean? So, with that said, we're going to kick off the show. I don't play about the Idaho 4 case. I don't leave it up to my mods to take care of my business. If I see it happening in chat, I have no problem addressing that directly myself. And I don't mean to come out of the gate like that, but this is Idaho 4. And I got a little PTSD because of it, and I know what to expect, right? So thank y'all for being here. Also, if you don't mind, hit the like button. I'm trying to correct the rhythm. I'm trying to fix the algorithm. It seems to be broken. And I don't like it, telling me where to go. I don't like anyone telling me where to go. You can suggest, that's about all you get. So, yeah, let's fix it. Let's get another side out there. We're not trying to make sides happen, right? I don't want that. Just go and see another view, another point of view, another discussion. And then people can make up their minds. And if y'all want to go watch that other guy, Devil's Advocate, I'll tell you his name. He's going to be covering something we're going to cover here tonight. Now, if you want to see a totally different version and thought process to make up your own mind, by all means, please go watch him after you watch me. I would suggest it, actually. And then you can make up your own minds. Because I'm not here to change anybody's minds, right? I'm just here to present facts as I know them based on documents that have come out in the case. And we're going to review some stuff here tonight, right? Because in my mind, Brian Kohberger is by all means guilty as charged. He even said so. Different circumstances than Richard Allen in Delphi. I believe Kohberger was in his right frame of mind when he said, I did all the things. Where do I sign kind of thing, right? Do I think he's got a shot at this post-conviction relief? If I'm being honest, probably, based on his attorney, Ann Taylor. But that's a whole other theory that I've explored a little bit in a past show. Lo and behold, Ray thought the same theory. I was like, oh, dude, you're kind of scaring me because I don't know if I even like you at this point. I've been clocking you for 2 years already. Now you got the same theory as me? Really? See, I had to question myself at that point because Judge Hippler called him a conspiracy theorist. So I'm like, am I a conspiracy theorist? Or am I a critical thinker? I got confused. See, I don't know what to think sometimes either. So I like to unpack it with you guys when we do discuss theories. I got the wrong banner up in case my mods are trying to warn me. One of them or two of them probably are screaming at me and I'm not even paying attention. I just looked down and saw that on my screen. Hold on. Oh goodness, I no longer have any preloaded Idaho 4 signs back here. Oh shit, shoot. I cuss. Anybody new, welcome in. I don't mean offense. I do cuss. I'm trying to be better, not doing it so much. Megan Connor, a very well respected life coach, said one time that a perfectly placed cuss word was totally acceptable. Joe Schmo asked her, and that's what she told him. So I'm also a little salty too. My name is Salty. Hey, by the way, Salty Sleuth coming you from somewhere on the coast of somewhere beautiful, and it's salty in the air. All right, let's get going. Now, I did tell you guys there was a hearing in the EWU media is suing Moscow, Idaho. Why does that matter? Because 80% of their documents are still sealed, including every single document on Brian Christopher Kohberger. Arrest, interrogation, interviews, photographs. We've had a couple put out there, but that was like, here's you a taste. See, we really did arrest him. Like, what? Where's the rest of it? Where's the bear cat rolling up in the yard? Where's the video from the drone that he's in the kitchen ziplocking up his DNA garbage? Like, well, I want to see all that. It's important. It's called transparency in a case. And I need to see it regardless of where I sit on his guilt or innocence. I like to see it. I got to see disgusting crime scene photos. I've got to see all the young adults in Moscow be interviewed by the police. They're living large on YouTube, by the way. Okay, so why are they suing them? Because Moscow won't unseal records, right? There's a lot of people, like today, they had a good conversation over in police off the cuff chat. Simi, my mod, is a mod over there. So we all kind of rated him after my live today. And it was a great conversation over there as well. We enjoyed ourselves over there. We had a good time. Um, but I had said, like, there's like 80% of these documents are still sealed, right? And I think that floors people because we did have a couple of large drops from Moscow Police Department, right? We've also had large drops from the Idaho State Police. We also have very diligent YouTubers and creators just doing a tremendous work in the FOIA requests area. Now, people will call those the pro burgers. I call them, that's fine with me. If they want to do all the FOIA requests you want, because I'm enjoying your FOIA request, right? So there's two things can be right at the same time. So a lot's going on there. But the actual documents on the Idaho court docket, the judge said we're going to go backwards and unseal in batches of like 43 to 45 per set. I think third set in, they dropped them and said, oops, takesy backsy, we forgot to redact some stuff, and the FBI is big mad at us now. Literally what happened. They take them all back. They redact all the FBI guys' names out of there, which is sus, because I'll tell you why later. But anyway, they did. And then they finally got those back out there. And all we got, you know what we got? We got more bullshit on Dylan Mortensen. We got more cringy text messages and behavior from a really impaired, young, confused adult girl who survived seeing eye to eye with a madman and survived it. They're giving us all of that on that little girl, and I'll say that today, while the pro burgers are enjoying tearing that down and tearing her down right along with it. That's on you, state of Idaho, not the internet, in my opinion. And I hear tell they used to watch YouTube all the time, especially Ann Taylor. And you could tell by Ann Taylor's filings, Delphi's popping off, y'all, at the same time, and I'm deep in both cases. Like I'm so freaking deep, it was scary. All right. I'm watching Ann Taylor's filings going, damn, is this bitch watching Delphi? What is she doing? And damn if she wasn't. Damn if she wasn't. Then there's some subpoenas popping up in 2025 in the Koberger case, YouTube search warrants, subscriber counts, comment sections. Whoa, wait, what? I remind note to self: no more comments in the comment section, right? Yeah, it's all out there in the documents. So they have unsealed. So EWU Media has sued them. This has been going on for a minute. So they had this hearing. I just want to give you guys the rundown on where that stands, okay? Because all of this is important to Idaho for. Why is this case the way it is? Why did we end up with the Idaho 4 effect, as I called it? Why was Koberger treated so much differently on the internet than Rick Allen? They both were accused of committing horrific crimes. Come on. Both of them were. If they did it, man, they did it. Put them away for life. But the treatment the two men were receiving, with the law enforcement, the state that was in charge of keeping an eye on them, and the communities in true crime was wild. And a lot, especially when all these co-burgers really couldn't figure out a really good battle anymore. Some kind of went with Constitution. Like, yeah, well, did you see that guy, Rick Allen? He arrested that man and put him straight to prison, and nobody's seen him since. And I heard some Odinist guards were watching him. They're like, what? Oh, yeah, that guy did it, right? I heard Koberger did it, right? You see, it's weird out here, and I don't get it, and I don't know if I ever will. What makes a case become Idaho 4, right? Was it the tragedy, the the brutalization of it all that combined, right? Who knows what it creates that perfect storm to make it that. This case took on a life of its own almost immediately when that probable cause affidavit came out. And we all, including me, learned of an 8-hour gap. We're like, brakes on, what is that? And let's be honest, if you're logical, you're going to wonder why there was an 8-hour gap. That's a no-brainer in my opinion. It should also be a no-brainer for the cops to ask the same question, right? And investigate that, which they did. If you unpack the Idaho 4 documents, you can see it. Was the surviving roommate, I call her a problematic witness? Yes, she was. because the defense could easily annihilate that poor girl on the witness stand, and Taylor was going to have to figure out how to handle that. Because the girl literally states, I saw a fireman with a vacuum, and I saw a man with bushy eyebrows who stared right at me, right? I saw my friend on her floor as I ran downstairs, but your friend was covered in blood, honey, right? I'm just being honest, guys. Just like the DoorDash driver, poor old Molly out there just barely making it through life. And Taylor could have had a field day with Molly, but Molly didn't do nothing. A DoorDash app was Molly's everything. We see Molly out there wandering around lost right in front of the King Road house, and you see Koberger's car creeping back on Malenta Road while she's down there. You see it in the video. From Malenta Road in the winter, you could see down in there, he could see that that car was out back down there with the lights on. Right? Okay. So there was your problems there. But here's about this what's going on here in this case. The media company pointed out that because the King Road homicides occurred within the city limits, Moscow PD remains the primary agency with the jurisdiction, right? Like the leadership publicly stated during early press conferences, we are in charge. Therefore, EWU media argues the city cannot refuse to release records. Now, our friend Sarah D. Irish over on the Twits, the X, it is officially X, whatever Eon, what's that guy's name? Whatever he likes to call it. I call it the Twits. She's an excellent resource because she publishes all the documents in this lawsuit, right? So all you're going to get out of Sarah, here's links to documents, have at it, and we love her for that. She's amazing. All right. So one of you mods, if y'all want to drop Sarah's link into the chat, her Twitter, they can follow it and get updates on all the dropping information coming down in the Idaho 4 case. When new documents get released, Sarah posts it, right? We get it on our note. We get it on the back end because I have it pinned and everything, their whole thing. So I just go to the website and check. But Sarah posts like when they're posting. I'm like, oh hell, Sarah's on it. So she's also puts out all these documents. Okay, so they focused heavily on the video of Koberger's initial interrogation, which took place in Pennsylvania, right? So there's your thing. It didn't take place in Moscow, Idaho. Remember, he drives to Pennsylvania. FBI, or they arrest him in Pennsylvania with the assistance of the Pennsylvania State Police. Pennsylvania has the shittiest sunshine law in the nation. I come from Florida with the best sunshine law in the nation. Like, what do you do in Pennsylvania? I wouldn't accept that if I lived there. Like, what is going on there? My head was spinning. Crazy laws. Paula Plunder, if y'all know Plunder, the FOIA queen, she can't get documents out of Pennsylvania. She was so frustrated about that. She said some stuff about it back in the day when she was trying. In fact, she's got a Facebook post applauding this right now, right? Because as soon as they make it available, Paula's going to have it. That request has been in since the guy got arrested. But who do you apply with it? Pennsylvania, right? Because Moscow's like, well, that's Pennsylvania arrested him. Well, it's not so fast, sir. FBI was involved in that arrest, and so were two of your deputies. And he was flown back to Moscow, Idaho. And I'm sure that interrogation video was now entered into your evidence. Am I wrong? I could be. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, doctor, or an Indian chief, or a journalist. I might be. Hell, if Lauren and people can be, can I? No, I don't want to be. I'm just a lady on the internet today. I have a good friend who is a journalist, and God, I love that lady. Okay. So they want the arrest video as well, that interrogation. They argued that because MPD's own lead investigator, Detective Brett Payne, conducted the interview himself, Brett Payne, the city remains the custodian of that video and has no legal authority to withhold it. And I would agree. If their own detective, Brett Payne, the lead investigator, well there's two, Brett Payne, Maury, I think they're twins. And I'm not throwing a little shade here and there, y'all. I'm not being mean. I'm just being. These two were shady at a hearing, so I'm like, whatever. Anyway, you're there. They had their own guy there. See? Don't blame it on Pennsylvania and their weird, crazy sunshine law, non-existent sunshine law. arbitrary sourcing exemptions. All right, so the EWU did argue it was unlawful for Moscow to point to the other entities, right, such as the FBI or the neighboring Pullman department or even out to Pennsylvania, as excuses to deny access to the footage. So the judge, interestingly, so Judge, God, why did her name just leave me? Marshall, Judge Megan Marshall, was the original judge in the Idaho 4 case, right? It was then Judge had the case, and he had it up until Ada County, change of venue came. Then we got Hippler. In the very beginning of this case, Brian Koberger's defense wanted the gag order. Judge Marshall here signed off on it and sealed this case up tighter than a you-know-what. The Gonzalez attorney has fought to get the gag order, so to speak. It was a gag order, right? She put this gag order in place. Everything's sealed. It's all back in her court now. So she said she's going to take everything into consideration, of course, and I think she's got like up to 60 days to make her darn decision. Why would they withhold Brian Koberger's arrest video? Bleep out what you need to bleep out. We're big kids on the internet. We get the shadiness of it all, and we see we can handle a blurred vision. Y'all released bloody crime scenes. In this case, remember, with the blurred boxes, the family fought you to make you not do that. Please don't release those photos. People on the internet are holding live streams and making videos about my child's 50 plus injuries, analyzing every single slice and mark. Idaho's like, well, it's public record. Well, what about Brian Christopher C. Koberger? Why is he not public record? Why? Because you IGG'd his ass and you blew your fucking case to pieces because of it? Or am I making that up? Why else would you do it? I'm so baffled about this, y'all. I've always have been. The IGG of it all always bothered me day one. And I knew I had to wrestle with myself, but they caught the guy. Yeah, I know, but then my mama comes into play, the Constitution girl. Remember that time, that talk we had? I'm like, yeah, mama. See, y'all, God, it's like a push-pull thing, right? Yes, I want the bad guy caught, but I don't want you to violate his constitutional rights along the way and blow that case to kingdom come. And we have another Casey Anthony on our hands. Her rights weren't violated, but we had a bad prosecution, right? Prosecution can make or break the case. They can blow a good case. For what reason? This one appears FBI involvement may be the reason. And as you unpack it all, you can see it. And now that they brought IGG to the forefront after this case was resolved, so to speak, there was a press conference held. Something was asked about the IGG, and I'm like, oh, yes, there you go. There's my question. I leaned in. That FBI agent kind of like, yes, IGG was used in this case. And like a little bit of word salad came out, and he slid back into the shadows. I was like, if you're going to bring it into the forefront, Bubba, bring it to the forefront. Don't go testing gloves 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's house on a whim. How'd you get that guy's name? We heard IGG was involved. Knock, knock. FBI's a calling. We found your glove with your DNA. Did you murder this old lady? Did you kidnap her? If your cell phone says you did, by God, you did. And hell, your DNA's right there, man. Scary thought. That's like riding through the area and getting captured in a geofence warrant on an accident. What if they get the tunnel vision and work backwards and build a case against you like that interview room guy will do? Sorry if you're a fan, that's just my personal opinion. I've observed countless hours of that show before I made my final determinations. I gave it a fair shot. Even after knowing a read technique was once involved with a false confession from Chris McDonough, I still gave it a fair shot. Came to the same conclusion in the end. No, thank you to you and your wife, journalist lady. We're just asking questions. All right, enough of that. All right, so there you go. Little update. Little update. Sorry, guys, got a little sidetracked in my head. Squirrely things happen occasionally. Andy, you are. Hey, Andy, there's my little journalist friend that I could not live without. Holly, welcome in. How are you? How are you doing? All right, guys. Are we making it match, as they say? Y'all get that like button up. Get this show into the algorithm. We're about to get going. Okay, so um, people are speculating, why is Koberger doing this? Well, who knows? He's Koberger. We expected it. Come on, criminology major. Everything we know about Koberger, if you've been around from day one, you know all the things about this guy. Highly intelligent, highly focused on his education, loves what he does. And you'll see that later in the show. Loves what he does, right? So when you get to prison, what else you going to do? Man, you're bored. I heard they got law libraries and such. So I'm like, this guy's going to become one of those prison lawyers. They make movies about those prison lawyers. They'll be getting them dudes out of prison and getting them exonerated and shit, overturned convictions. That's Brian Koberger's future. That was my prediction. I also didn't put it past him to file for his own, right? And so after he took the plea deal, which I knew if he went to trial and was found guilty, I knew the appeals would come and he would be all for it, right? No brainer. Um, and then he filed, right? He did his plea deal. Everyone's like, oh, he cannot, go back on that. He signed everything away. You don't sign it all away, right? There's that little post conviction relief. That's not like your normal, I was found guilty, I need to file an appeal within 30 days, and you do your first appeal. This is not that. This is post conviction relief. Different set of standards, a little bit, especially when it comes to ineffective assistance of counsel. And I'll remind everybody, I have no idea what's happening here, but just what's the exact date of the plea deal? July 18, 2025, that hearing, Ann Taylor, and I have a video, laid out the laundry list of reasons she could not be effective counsel to her client without a continuance on trial, which was scheduled 2 months from July. It was denied. And Taylor was denied the motion. She just told everybody, I can't be effective assistance of counsel without this continuance. So I was like, damn, lady, what are you doing? Now I really wonder, what were you doing? Because boom, all of a sudden we got a plea deal. It was totally out of the left field, guys. Left field. I'm telling you right now, if you don't know this case, Brian Koberger and Ann Taylor were geared up for trial. They wanted it. All of a sudden, we don't get a continuance. Got some rumblings. This lady's saying she's not effective. She said it the whole time she was his attorney, though. She never stopped saying it. She said it all the time. If you don't give me this, I can't be effective. And I heard lawyer, oh my God, I was watching him in the backyard earlier, commenting on Lindsay Clancy's attorney, talking about if that motions hearing they're going to have, or we're going to have earlier, it was about Lapisato, like I said, and that other doctor, two others. Volt, I can't pronounce his name. He is a deletion person intent kind of doctor to describe that, and another doctor, a psychiatric forensic, and then Lapisato from the Reed trial for the defense was also going to testify on the biomechanical analysis, like the fracture spine. Remember how the attorney keeps saying the prosecution's alluding Lindsay slid down that window versus like jumping out, right? Like she's like Spider-Man down. It's the way lawyer put it. I was like, perfect analogy. That's what the prosecution wants you to believe. She crept down the window. Like, no, lady, she's busted up on the ground, right? So that was what Lapisato would like be testifying to. But he mentioned if the judge doesn't allow those experts to come in, it won't allow Reddington to be effective assistance of counsel, setting up for appeal. I was like, damn. And then he said somebody emailed him a case that just happened That same judge had a conviction overturned in his court because he didn't allow experts in. So the judge said, "Give me overnight to think about it, guys. I'll consider it." But I like this judge so far. He's kind of like a quiet guy in the corner, but he seems to be like, well, he's so much better than Canoni. But that's the deal. The defense wants those three in. If he don't allow them in, I can't be effective assistance of counsel. So just keep that in mind when we're dealing with Ann Taylor and Brian Kohberger. Cy Ray alluded to a weird relationship between the two of them. We don't know if we can trust that guy yet. I'll be honest. I've known about Cy Ray for four years now. Everything about Cy Ray. I don't know if we can trust that guy all the way yet. But that's what he says. Okay. So, why is this happening, right? People are speculating and it may coincide with this new Netflix series that came out. Hold on one second. Okay. I had to get some coffee. So, did the Netflix series trigger this filing? Well, he had till September to file, right? So it's just aligns with that. But I don't think it was about this Netflix series because, like Christy Gonzalez says, this has been years in the making now. They started this so long ago. So what you're seeing didn't just take place, not all of it, right? That's just been an ongoing project. So what triggers all this? Well, I didn't look at the date. I could probably Google it. We had a book drop in this case by Christopher Whitcomb, retired FBI agent, now storyteller. He's authored a couple of books. I think he's got a new one coming out, actually, too. So Chris Whitcomb is a writer now. And he dropped a book called The Broken Plea, Idaho 4 case. Let me look at the date because it may matter here. And immediately the name of the book alone was like, my brain was like, it broke for a second. I'll shit you not. Brian Kohberger's not an idiot. Neither is Ann Taylor. I just don't know what the game is yet. When did this come out, though? Broken Plea, the explosive search for the truth behind the Idaho murders. Hang on, I'll show you guys. Here we go. Let me ask it this. Release date. I'll have to ask my computer. Former FBI agent Chris Whitcomb, 448 pages. When did this book get released, though? It was just a few months ago. Back in May? No. April? Okay. April. It was released back on April 28th, 2026. The book Broken Plea by Whitcomb is released. Okay, so I'll show you this. Let me get. And there's a lot of interesting things in this book that Brian Kohberger talked about in his little penciled in filing. A specific item in this book penciled into the filing. A very specific item that this book discovered, so to speak. All right, we'll get into that later. Broken Plea, The Explosive Search, The Truth Behind the Idaho Murders by Chris Whitcomb. This is an Amazon ad or whatever you call it, where you go buy the shit. Instant New York Times bestseller. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway. He says there's, what was it, how many pages did he claims there was, well, he'll tell us, there was a certain, it was less than 30, right, pages were kept out of the book. And, okay, hang on, what's going on? Hang on, I just see something here, Rachel, so there were so many pages kept out of the book. And Wickham alludes that it had to do with Kaylee Gonzalez's ex-boyfriend. Now, this is all public information, and I don't even like saying all their names like this, but it's Jack Decor, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, right? Because you got to set the record straight. He claims it was a phone call between the two. There's no record of the phone call, y'all. All the records indicate Kaylee Goncalves and Madison Mogan did call Jack Decor over and over and over leading up to the murders, but they stopped. He wasn't picking up. Him and Kaylee on again, off again, on again, off again. What do? We got this dog. I love you back. I'm going to go to Texas. I'm going to stay here. That's where they were in life, right? They were at the bar together that night, confirmed, but they went their separate ways and went home. At some point, Jack goes to sleep. They're calling his phone over and over. He's not picking up. I can imagine the guilt that young man felt the next day when he walked down to that house and checked his phone and saw those girls had called him over and over and he didn't pick up. And he has no clue why the cops are crawling that house now and all their friends are crying outside. Okay, let me look at chat. Let me go back up here. Simi, you know I can get squirrely. I gotta focus, man. I gotta focus. BK had until September 2026, 14 months. Thank you. Yes, hello, lucky kitty. So he filed, well within the range there, so he could do it. Simi does have a great personality. I had to grow on Simi, though. I did. That's okay. I like my friends like that. Yeah, girl, let me grow on you a minute. I worked for that one, y'all. I'm not going to lie. I worked for that friendship. So I appreciate my Simi. My intro song tonight was all her, all you, Simi. Simi Sharp. Okay, CH's question. I'm trying to find it, Rach. I want to know if the federal PCR rules go by the date on the submission or the date it is received. The federal is 1 year, 23. BK filing is the 22nd. I thought we had that, but I'd have to go back and look at my stuff on my phone. My phone is overloaded, y'all. I think I got too much on there. Like, no, legit, I'm scared to look. Can I hire one of those producer girls to delete all this shit on my phone? Y'all don't even know how many screenshots are on there. And I have a phone with a lot of storage because it's scary. All right, I don't know for sure, CH. But you have always got amazing questions, so keep it up. Okay. Architect, oh, where you been? Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you, my friend. Okay. So Whitcomb's he came out and did a little interview, right, on that Custody Queens channel. Remember we reviewed them with the other interviews they did. So he came there first. And then after that, of course, they had Turvey, and then they've had Cyree. And I think Whitcomb went somewhere else on YouTube. But anyway, he just did a new interview, too, actually. Did I tell y'all the other day to watch out? The media tour was going to ramp up? Because Whitcomb only did a couple of interviews and then he stopped. He was gone. He's like, whatever. He's like, peace out on y'all. All of a sudden, here he is again doing interviews after Koberger files this little filing. And I'm like, this Idaho 4 effect was real from jump, man. I went in deep, y'all. I don't think I ever came back out. There was always something wrong with this case. A lot of us knew it, felt it in our soul, couldn't put our finger on it, couldn't figure it out. If he's the guy, then what's wrong? Right? If he's the guy, but it looks like he could be, what's wrong? I'm still asking that question. And when I get down to almost feeling like I'm honing in on it, I stop right there. And I got two avenues to take, and I'm like, damn, I'm caught at the crossroads again. Is the devil lurking? All right. Now, Netflix has the new docuseries, I guess people call them. ID Channel is also dropping a new one. What's the name of it? Hold on. I forgot to write down the name of their little whatever this is. The Idaho College Murders Catching Koberger airs tonight at 9 p.m. on the ID channel. It's like, huh, is it another misinformation train or what's happening? Are people just like, this is the hottest thing going? People like to consume their true crime through television shows, and that's cool. But how much of that stuff is accurate, right? And you might not think about it if that's all you watch. Back in the day, that's all I had to do was watch shows like that, right? The Nancy Grace and all them ladies over there on the HLN, and all night long. And then I had the ID channels and the Discoveries and the 20, all the crime stuff. That now we have all this social media, right? And when the Idaho 4 case happened, I was already on YouTube, of course, and X and all that. And like I said, I had been covering true crime, but in my Web3 world, right? And I had a Discord channel there, and we would have shows about it, right? We'd have because I always did Twitter spaces for the Web3 space. So we would always started doing a true crime Twitter space, right? And that's where I started meeting a lot of people early on. And then I just came directly, well, I went to TikTok for one reason, to put out documents in Idaho 4. Because when I went to observe YouTube, all I was seeing was creators going, reading a document and going, make it make sense. It don't make sense. And I was like, well, shit. Google's your friend, buddy. So is a dictionary, a legal dictionary, maybe. I don't know. So the spin on the documents was already there because of the sealed document situation. And every time you turned around, Ann Taylor was filing for a new piece of discovery. Turns out, every time they conducted a new interview in Moscow, she wanted everything about that interview and that entire family that person come from, and all the notes she took about everything. There's a vast volume of documents in this case. How much of that actually pertains to Brian Koberger? Put a 1 in the chat if you think all of that is Brian Koberger investigation. Put a 2 if you think not. I'll go first. All right. That's just my opinion. Wait a minute. I don't have a banner. Hold on. I have to protect myself because people will get offended easily and they don't know what's happening on these streets. So you got to tell them. Hold on. Hold on. Well, we should Idaho for discussion. That's what we're going to call it. Because we got a little business to attend to. Let's just be nice and call it Idaho for discussion. Periodically, I'll remind people to be nice. Does that even look right? Okay. Oh, by the way, welcome to the Hot Mess Express. If you know, you know. Butterfly, hey girl, hey. Sirius Black, how are you? How are you? It's been a while. Jethro Troll, how are you? Seeing some familiar faces and some long time no see faces. Welcome in. Tally O, nice to see you. Okay. Everybody good to go? I need a fresh cup of coffee. Simi. Simi. Bat signal, guys. Anyway. Andy, hey. All right. Yeah, 2s, right? All that, guys, because they've released tons of interviews, interviews with the roommates, of course, the surviving roommates, interviews with all the friends and everybody anywhere in their vicinity that night, right, has been interviewed. And a lot of those are now on YouTube, right? Their video interviews with police are all over YouTube. Like I said, we have documents that are all these police reports and stuff that are out there. But where's Brian Koberger's stuff, right? Where is all this arrest stuff y'all have? I don't doubt that they did. I know they arrested the guy. Come on, gee whiz, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. But where is it? It's called transparency. You're willing to show me everybody else's. Why not this guy's? And it's that hard to do a little bit of redaction. So we have these series, documentaries coming out, all these things to cause all these speculations, right? I haven't finished watching the Netflix thing yet. Of course, I haven't watched this ID thing yet. I'm reviewing a lot of real time stuff, right? So I'll get to it. So the Gonzalez family recently have done, media over at NBC. They also went on Jesse Weber. This time, Aubrey, their youngest, is speaking out with them. She was just a kid when this happened. She's a young adult now, off on college for the first time, all the things. She's, I hope the pro burgers are kind to her. In fact, they better be, actually. There's no hoping to it. They just better be. um, So what does Wit come up to, and what's all this broken plea book stuff, right? So, like I said, there are things that Koberger talked about, specifically the hair in Ethan's hand. So Whitcomb is back at his book tour, and he did this interview, and I reviewed it, and I was literally like, oh my God, you're not Chris Whitcomb, what are you doing? It floored me. Okay, I heard Turvey out with open mind. Come on, these guys were going to testify for the defense. I was ready for trial. I was covering the trial. I don't want all this dancing in the dark, people still arguing 20 years from now because they didn't get to see the trial. Show us the trial. Let's get it on. And let me make up my mind about these experts once they take the witness stand. I was ready for Cyree to go up against Nick Balance or vice versa. It's like, oh my God, which one will I believe? Because I know how good Nick Balance is. And I've read some stuff about Cyree, right? Right? But I was willing to hear him out, which I did. And I got questions. And I also got Turvey. I don't know what you, Tipsy Turvey, what were you doing, sir? When you decided you based a cleaned up bathroom on the lack of bath towels and a bath rug, I was like, for real? That right there, dude, that hung you out to dry in my book. Seriously? Swirl marks, my guy? You forensic files much, dude? Why did you go to school at? Dude. And then he made fun of the Pro Burger people and said they did nasty things to Dylan Mortensen Discovery, which they do. And then he said that they were just all fangirls. I'm like, sir, do you know whose panel you're on? did, did you take a gander? Wow. Bold. Okay. Let's get to this little piece here because, well, actually, let me look at something, how I want to go about this. Let me look. I could have changed my mind. Okay, let's start out by watching Gonzalez family with News Nation because Aubrey's going to speak. And here's the thing, guys, like I've said the other day, or I've said recently in these streams talking about this, I don't look for creator wars, right? I don't care what y'all are doing out there on them streets. Just do it correct. I don't know what's correct. Who knows? But don't attack a family. Like, I don't say Annie and Tom kidnapped Miss Nancy. Why would I do that? That's weird. I don't say Summer's mom and dad done something to her because I have no clue. I don't say Sebastian's parents did because I don't know. Oh, who am I to do? I don't cross that line no matter how I may privately feel because I don't know in some of these situations, right? So it's a very, I can't say, oh, leave families alone, but tomorrow a case happens. I'm like, oh my God, that family's sus. They touch their chin. I'm like, what? You just said the other day, remember what you said? See, that's where I stand in my convictions. I leave it alone. People should leave this family alone. If you think Brian Koberger is innocent, that's fine. That is your constitutional right to do so. And I don't silence free speech or free thinking. But fight the good fight without involving the family. Can you do that? Because if you can, you got something. If you can't do it without involving what the family just said, then what do you really got to go on other than a hunch and a feeling? That's just where I stand with shit like that. So don't come sideways at the family in my chat, please. If you're a troll, welcome in, be kind, or you can be gone. We don't even play about it. Remember, it's Idaho 4. Oh my God, we don't know what to expect. The trolls come out of the motherfucking woodworks when you hold a Idaho 4 show. That's been my experience on the internet. Yeah, Florida. I'm in Florida. We put Ted Bundy to death. Come on down, Koberger. Come on down. We might can dust off old Sparky. I think it's in a museum. Fuck yeah. Ooh, that's a good idea. Okay. We're going to watch the Gonzalez family, and I'm going to read my chat for a minute because I haven't read it. I got to make sure everybody's being good. Hold on. Architect, we got to have a conversation. Oh my God, do we need to have a conversation? You know what to do. Please, sir. Please and thank you. Yes, I've thought about you recently, so I'm glad to see you. Because I was like, I gotta discuss this, right? I gotta with somebody who knows and can critically think with me. So appreciate you so much. All right. I'm gonna play this and I'm gonna go check on the puppies, make sure they're good, and grab a water because I had a I'm in Florida and we have legal THC gummies and I do like one a day, sometimes two, depends on my mood. Anyway, I got cotton mouth now, so I gotta go get water. Welcome to the big show, the Hot Mess Express. All right, we're gonna let the Gonzalez family talk for a minute, and I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Berger is one step closer to getting a new trial because a new attorney has been appointed to represent him as he fights to withdraw his guilty plea. 31-year-old Koberger, who pleaded guilty last year to the 2022 murder of 4 University of Idaho students, filed a handwritten petition last week claiming he was forced to falsely confess by his former legal team, among other allegations. And if he's able to withdraw his plea, that may pave a way for a whole new trial, a whole new legal episode. And yesterday, Greg Rauch, a local attorney from Moscow, Idaho, was tapped to represent the killer, though if Koberger is expected to be seated in court anytime soon. He's got another thing coming because Rauch told Fox News Digital on Monday that he hasn't read the petition, the case file. He hasn't even spoken to Koberger yet, telling the outlet, I got to read the case file. I got to check out the police reports. I got to talk to him. Now, this new lawyer isn't the only reason that Koberger's been making headlines. You probably know this, but a new Netflix docuseries called The Idaho Murders College Nightmare. It is topping the streaming charts. And now the doc focuses on the lives of the victims rather than the man who took them. And it uses interviews from those who knew Kaylee and Maddie and Ethan and Xana best. The Gonsalves family were one of those interviews. And I was lucky enough to sit down with Kaylee Gonsalves' parents, Christy, Steve, and her younger sister, Aubrey, all earlier today. And I say lucky because this is one of the first times that we've heard from Aubrey. Take a look. First of all, it is so nice to meet all of you in person. We've had the opportunity to speak over Zoom, but to meet you guys in person is really a privilege of mine. And Aubrey, so nice to meet you as well. I imagine this is all very different because this is like the first time that you actually had the opportunity to speak out. I want to give you a platform here. If you had a message to the nation, right, what do you want people to know?
I would say that I'm not worried. I know that when the noise subsides, the conviction is going to remain the same. The defendant's going to remain behind bars and the truth will still stand. The defendant is a psychopathic narcissist who believes any attention is good attention. And I know that the only way to kill an ego like that is to starve it. And that is why I will never give him the attention he so desperately craves. And I pray that the public would start to do the same. He doesn't deserve a name, and he most certainly doesn't deserve a spot in people's brains. And I know that there's going to be people that are going to sit on their couches and come up with fictional stories that they have convinced themselves are real. And there's going to be people that think they've outsmarted police officers, the FBI and forensic analysts and everybody else that has devoted countless hours into investigating this case. And I know there's going to be people that are willing to exploit tragedy as long as the cost is paid by somebody else. But most importantly, I know that I have a community that I could fall back on. And I am so incredibly blessed with my family, my friends here and my friends back at college. And I know that I will never have to go a day without them. And I never feel alone because of it. And I also would just want to take the time to say thank you to all the people that have come out and offered condolences to my family and I, not even really knowing us, but just feeling our pain. You guys are like so appreciated, and your love is felt between all of us, and we couldn't appreciate the public more.
You guys are beloved. I mean, you really are. To see this, I've been covering this from the very beginning, to see the outpouring of support at all different stages, and particularly now, Steve. I mean, since the last time you and I spoke, he got a lawyer. He got a lawyer to now go to this second stage to try to get the guilty plea withdrawn. What is your message to the legal system? What is your message to the court? What is your message to this lawyer that's now going to represent him, I mean, as we go into this another stage?
I guess we have the most fair system in the world, but sometimes it doesn't feel fair to the people who have lost a loved one to a monster. But it's more positive than negative, and it's hard. It's just hard to just keep giving somebody a chance over and over and over. And it's not just him, it's the whole system. Whenever you have evil people, they're allowed to have opportunity after opportunity. This guy's $8 million. Into us, and he wasn't even a citizen of our state. So that's the frustrating part, but I tried to just realize that the whole system's bigger than me. I'm just one guy in the middle of it, and there's only so much we can do.
You know, Christy, the big thing that came out was also this Netflix documentary. Do you think it was important for that to come out? Do you think it was important to participate? Do you think it was important to get a message out from there? And what message do you hope that is?
I do think that the Netflix was important, and it ironically dropped when it did, at the same time of, or right around the same time as his
I'm convinced, by the way, that might have been a motivation for him. Just,
right.
That's my 2 cents.
The post-conviction relief, you know, it was that, and then that, and we were just like, whoa. Yeah. But that Netflix actually started a long time ago. That was in years of making. It wasn't something that we did over the past couple of months. It was years, and it started months after Kaylee had passed away. And there's a lot of footage that we did that, you know, doesn't make the final cut and whatnot. But we talked to the producers of that, and we told them that it was very important that it showcased who the kids were, you know, who Kaylee was as a person, and not all on him. We knew that it had to have parts of him because that's unfortunately the story. That's their demise. That's what happened to them.
We're taking our power back.
But yeah, we really wanted it to do that. And I think that the producers were incredible.
Yeah.
And I think they listened to us, and I think they put it together really well.
I thought it was really interesting how you said the blame shouldn't be on the roommates for when they called 911. Can you expand upon that a little bit?
You know, people, the actual shock that those roommates were in, most people cannot even fathom.
Right.
You know, it was the same kind of shock that, you know, our family, you know, was shortly going to live through. And it is real, and it is a very deep shock where your brain is doing everything to protect itself. Yeah. You are confused, you're angry, you don't know which way to go. You walk into a room, you don't know what you're doing. I mean, it is real. And I went into that moment of shock the second that officer came to our house and told us that Kaylee was indeed passed away. Mm-hmm. I had already started kind of getting there, but you don't actually get it until that confirmation. So I think that those roommates were in ultimate shock. They live in Moscow, Idaho. Yeah. The last thing they were thinking was that their roommates were being murdered. Even though they may have thought, gosh, it sounds like my roommate's being murdered. That's not what they thought. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's not what's going through your head.
You know, for a lot of people, Steve, this may be the first time they're really introduced to the details of the case. Was there something from the documentary that was missing? Something that you said, you know, it didn't tell the full picture that you want to, you know, illuminate, that you want people to know?
Well, unfortunately, that thing that was missing is like the firing squad, in Idaho, just putting it down and showing the whole world this is what happens when you come and you kill our babies. Because
Oh no, that could start a fire. That's okay. It's his prerogative to think that if he wants to. It's not my call to think. I'm from Florida, where I thought it was normal to have the death penalty, but there was a conversation over there today at Police Off the Cuff about that. He felt the same way I did. What are we doing with that anymore? It's just causing too many problems. But there's hello, lucky kitty. You say at Salty Sleuth, the internet didn't treat Stefan Stern kindly. No, they didn't. Are you like serious? Because you know why? When I say his name, something magical happens. He gets an injury at the prison. He's just 3 hours from me. I can't stand that dude. And I throw major shade at stuff. I love the tear. See, people on the internet love a good tear down show. I love the tear down defendants, convicted ones especially. Huh, Stefan? Hold on, I gotta say it so he can feel this one. Hold on. How you doing down there today in the Florida State Penitentiary, Stefan Stearns? Now, anything could have just happened. He could have stumped his toe for all I know. He could have bit his tongue. I mean, Bubba could have appeared from behind. I don't know. It's not my call. It's karma's.
You're prepared for a second trial. You'd be prepared for a death penalty
I
trial.
was 100% prepared for it. So yeah.
No, even now.
Yes,
right?
and now, and that's what they agreed to it from the beginning. I said, if you're going to ride with us, with our team, you're riding to the end. And they're like, we'll stay with it. And if we don't have to produce this for years to come to get the full grasp of what you guys are going through, we'll do it.
Can you just tell us something about Kaylee that maybe people should know, and that what she was like?
I think that Kaylee and I were the most similar out of all my siblings. I love every single one of my siblings, of course, but Kaylee and I definitely had the most similar mindset.
Yeah.
And her mindset was that she was going to be successful no matter what. And she absolutely was. She was so young, just starting out in life, and
She looks more like Kaylee than any of them. They always protected her because she was the youngest, right? The other girls had their social medias and whatnot. Kaylee was about to go off to Texas for a job. Aubrey lands in Texas for college. And now she's coming out and talking about her feelings. And this is the first time we're hearing from her, right? She was just a little girl.
Already so successful with landing a job in Texas, and she had so much going for her. It's really unbelievable that she was able to do that, because now I'm coming to that age and I'm like, man, I don't have a job landed in Texas.
What was the tattoo you were thinking of getting that we were making fun of?
Oh my God.
Something about success.
When I was 14 years old, I convinced myself that my first tattoo was going to be success. It's the only option. And I was going to get that tattooed somewhere.
And it's all on her home.
It feels a little bit like the college poster that people have, but that's great. I love that. Let me just say something. Again, I've been following this from the very beginning. I've learned a lot about your family. I've learned a lot about Kaylee. She was an incredible person. I wish I had the opportunity to meet her. You are all incredibly brave. It is such a privilege of mine to be able to meet all of you. And as I've said before, and I'll say again, wherever this now goes, this new chapter, you have an open platform. You can always come on. You can always tell us how you're feeling and what you're experiencing. And us and our team wish you all the best.
Okay. Now, the Gonzalez family is very well aware of social media and what they're doing as far as annihilating their children to this day, right? Don't mean to laugh, but it's the truth. They see it. People say, well, they should just avoid it. Don't go look at it. Don't go on YouTube. Don't go on TikTok. Don't go on Facebook. Are they supposed to stop living life because you don't want them to see what people are saying about their dead daughter on the internet? Not your call. Some families completely avoid it. Some can't help. It's on their... People go to their family page and post negativity to them. They have to say, hey, this is our page. Back off. We have the right to have a Facebook page. My deceased daughter has a Facebook page for friends and family. Come at me sideways on my daughter's page. And she died of natural causes. I can only imagine. Freaks on the internet, mind your business, stay in your lane. You can fight the good fight without all that, can't you? You've got merit for what you believe, right? You got a good solid foundation for why he's not guilty, other than Cyree saying he went the wrong way. Just means he went a different route right now. It appears he was doing a lot of extra stuff because Cyree reserved the right to change his mind upon more discovery. I guess he got it finally. It was like, oh wow. Oh wow, wow. He's in the house. Wow, kind of wow. What? Cyree, what in the world are you saying? You know? Come on, man. Now we reviewed Cy's interviews over here. Let's go see what Mr. Chris Whitcomb has to say for a minute, because it's going to be a lead up to what we're going to review. And we're going to take a look. We're going to take a look at what's happening to this family on the internet. We're going to look at it. We're going to examine it a little bit and evaluate it. It's called the Idaho 4 effect. And I don't understand who's the next Brian Kohberger on the internet. And it makes me wonder, right? It sure wasn't Rick Allen. It sure wasn't Chad Daybell. Fuck, it's not Barry Morphew. But it's Brian Kohberger. What's behind that drive? Was it just the sketchiness of the PCA people perceived, and which turns out, whoa, there was a big fat lie in the PCA, but that's there. Was it the 8-hour gap that caused it, or was it, oh my God, he's so handsome and normal looking, he can't be the guy? They said this guy did it in like 2 minutes. Chris Whitcomb said, I think 2 minutes. I was like, dude, what? I had to get up off my bed. I was trying to relax, and he's spitting out facts on this little podcast, and I felt like jumping in and saying, objection. Objection, Chris Whitcomb. All right, so we'll just watch it for ourselves. Now, he did this one. I'll show you. I don't know if we're going to review this one. We might. This is the second time, I believe, that Miss Ma'am here has interviewed him. Donna Rotuno, Crime and Justice. Crime and Justice. Fox News podcast. Damn, Fox News. Okay. Chris Whitcomb making the rounds. When did he do this? 3 days ago. So just 3 days ago, right? Custody Queen's interview was weeks ago. It was way back. All right.
And what the defense would have argued. And that comes down to those three things. What among those would Brian Kohberger now look at as exculpatory? And what did Ann Taylor tell him? That's what I don't know. Nobody knows.
Right.
If Brian Kohberger received effective counsel, one might imagine that he was privy to all the information that the prosecution had, and that his defense team would have explained to him what had been accepted in any of those motions before Judge Hippler, by Ann Taylor's office, and what might stand in his defense. And that's what we're talking about right now. I did point out a lot of those things in the book. I don't know which of those things that he was told beforehand. I don't know which of those things Ann Taylor discussed with him, and I don't know which one of those things that he might now claim give him a better case. But, I think that's clearly what he's intimating.
Well, which is interesting, right? Because it is going to come down to that, because quite often, and as we see in appeals that happen all over the country, especially in big cases, namely Scott Peterson, right? You have Scott Peterson's team going back to the court saying, we have this evidence, things that weren't tested, things that weren't done. And the court is saying, yeah, but you were aware of these things. None of this is new. And I think that that's going to be part of some of that conversation here. And that's going to be interesting when we learn about what Brian Kohberger says he knew versus didn't know, because just because a defense attorney made a tactical decision not to test evidence or not, that doesn't mean that you had ineffective assistance. It may just mean that they made a tactical decision and you were aware of these things, and now you don't get to have buyer's remorse where you just turn around now and you say, oh, well, they didn't do all of these things that I wanted them to do, and but I knew they existed and I still pled anyway. And I when the judge asked me if I was satisfied with my lawyer, I said yes. So it is a very difficult burden for him. I think in Idaho, the term that the legal term that they use is there has to be a manifest injustice, and he has to be able to prove that there was a manifest injustice.
A manifest injustice. I wonder what would trigger such a thing. Because I haven't decided today if I can be prosecutor or do I need to be the defense attorney. I'm still on the fence.
And that his lawyer was incompetent, and there's all these other factors. So I think that it's really going to be interesting as this hearing moves forward to hear if now he's just saying, well, I wish they would have done these things, versus these are things I did not know about.
Okay, so there's what they're discussing, right? And he's just like, So Chris goes into a lot more detail on this podcast. But it's the misinformation he's out there spreading that can be literally backed up in a document, whether that document's lying or not, right? Whether the document's accurate or not, I don't know. It's what the document says, right? And it's so for him to act like it's something different was a little off-putting. We know the books, if we read the book, and I haven't read it, there's no reason to. If I want to know what it says, I'll just go review somebody who reviewed it and be like, oh, yeah, that's, I'll decide if I feel like it's BS or not. And from what I've seen so far, it was a lot of BS. Random sources and such. Oh, and Tipsy Turvy, he was a source. So, Whitcomb says an FBI friend approached him, right, to look at this case I am working on. Something like that. Turns out it's Idaho 4. Whitcomb looks at it. So I guess he went to his retired FBI/writer friend for a little help. Okay. So he's making the rounds and putting out misinformation, and the YouTubers are eating it up. We saw some of that when Turvey was over there being interviewed, and we saw the reaction people who support Brian Koberger had to Turvey, right? They were like, yes, this is what we need, stuff like this. That which is they do. They need stuff like that to build their case. But Cyree does an interview, and those who know he's been a part of the case for a very long time. And he said early on in a hearing, 7-minute discrepancy was a big deal. Koberger basically was the other way. I'm like, what do you mean? Gone the other way? I was like, remember going in my head to like, how did he do this? He went the other way and did what at that point, right? That's where I went with that shit. Anyway, Cy completely changed his mind, right? So when he cousin does his interview, they were like, oh my God, they were floored, and they came at him in the chat. They didn't like it at all. They was ready to shut that down. Cyree was not saying what they wanted. It was a whole different narrative. And it was even different than Cyree's report in the document. But his report, he says, was written before he went into the detail he did with the information that he had in the data. And he explains that in the interviews that he does, right? With Brian Enton. Remember Jesse Weber had him on with the Gonzalez family? We reviewed that here. You can find it here and at the Jesse Weber channel, whatever it's called, wherever he's at these days, News Nation. Where you at, Jesse? You're my man that gets around. Anyway, he brought Cyree and the family up, and Olivia and Steve, and then Brian Enton did the same. I really liked both interviews, but I felt like I got a little more out of the one with Brian Enton, right? If Cyree is correct. Now remember, Cyree's also pitting his software against the FBI's software. And I know FBI Cast software and Nick Balance, that FBI agent, and that Gladiator are all very good because I watched him testify in Chad Daybell case, and I was highly impressed. So What was Ray going to say up against a guy like Nick Balance? I was waiting to see, how is the FBI really wrong? Are they really that bad? Are they that inaccurate? What's going on here? Is it a matter of the FBI was inaccurate, or they didn't look beyond the scope of what they were already looking at, right? Would that fall back on Idaho? Just look here, right? Just look here. FBI, we here is there for assistance. You test this, please. Please look here. Can you scratch this? FBI's like, hold my beer. Y'all follow? Y'all get it. Hold on. I had to shut the door. The fam came home. The dogs went a little bit bonkers. Puppy gets excited when the grandson's around. They're just like two little freaks that run wild in the house. Okay. What are y'all saying? Let's see. CH, I need to, let me write that down. Hold on. Hold on, CH. Coming in with a little knowledge there for me. I knew you were doing that, and you and I haven't, and I haven't finished watching it. For real, we have had so much going on. So I'm interested. Thank you. Andrea Burkhart is what C is referring to right there. CH, sorry. Hang on one second. Cheeros? Did he bring me Cheeros? Okay, sorry. Grandson busts through the door. Andrea Burkhart used to do videos early in this case, right? And I didn't watch all of them, but I feel like maybe she always thought something was wrong too, but what is it, right? What is it? I don't know. We'll see. Okay, I will go and take a look at that. Thank you. Thank you, Simi. Thank you very much. All right, so let's pull up this particular podcast with Whitcomb and see what we can pick out, if he's correct or not. Sir, are you coming correct? Are you coming correct, sir? Okay, do y'all know who that guy, what's that guy's name? Oh, shoot. He's an actor, comedian. He's got a podcast. He's married to that girl. Hold on. Oh, Dax Shepard. Is that guy's name? I didn't know he had a podcast. Like, legit, didn't know. I don't watch that stuff. I don't know what he does. It's a podcast. Him and this girl have a podcast. And Whitcomb went on this podcast. So I reviewed it. I was like, what is he doing? What is this guy, like a true crime podcaster now? This Dax guy. So I went and looked, and it was like, they just talk all kinds of things, right, on that show. But there's Chris Whitcomb on this show, getting a broader reach outside of YouTube. I took note. I was like, oh, he went beyond the YouTube. He hasn't made it to mainstream media yet that I'm aware of. Nobody's really put him out there yet and went over this in detail, what's in this book. I don't know maybe they have and I've missed it. They may have had a blurb about it when it first came out. I'm not really sure. I've not seen a whole lot. That's why I'm basing that on. But this is on what's it called? Armchair Expert. Okay. Armchair Expert with this Dax Shepard guy and his co-host. I don't know her name. When was this? Let me look. A day ago, right? The other one was 3 days ago? And now this one's a day ago. And I was like, where are we going to see this media ramp up? And have the Gonzalez family learned that, especially now that, well, they're going to be out speaking because Koberger did the appeal, filed the post-conviction relief. But this Whitcomb's book, The Broken Plea, is huge to the Pro Burgers case, and I think, is it to Brian Koberger? Did he receive a copy of this book? Right? It is Ann Taylor behind there going, hey, you know what? I'm an effective assistance of counsel. We can do X, Y, and Z. If she succeeds in all that, oh my God, Ann Taylor, are y'all kidding? Legal genius in the legal world, not in the people's minds, but in the legal world, they'll be like, damn, ma'am. Because she said she needed a whole lot of time because she had all that terabytes to look at. Terabytes of interviews upon interviews upon interviews upon interviews upon interviews of every college student in Moscow, turns out. Now I know where all those damn terabytes came from. Okay, so Chris is going to give a little bit about his background, I think, going into this, which is probably important so we can understand what we're dealing with. We're here for review purposes. We'll be fair. Well, we'll be fair, but I will critique. Warning. I will critique. And if I can see that there's a misrepresentation happening, I will point that out. And if I can back it up in a document, I will tell you that as well. If I can't, you will know that as well too. I'll say, hey, that was a rumor kind of thing, right? Because we're evaluating the situation. And after we get through watching Whitcomb, the hero of the Brian Koberger supporters, and hey, maybe the guy got railroaded by Idaho and he ain't the guy. But I think he's the guy, but he might have got, Idaho might have did a little something they may not have should have done, which may affect the case going forward. I don't know yet. That's, if that happens, that's shame on Idaho. Well, let's just put it that way. And it is what it is. But what's Whitcomb really doing? Is there anything about his book that's truthful? He's going to tell y'all bits about his book, okay? But they're going to actually, let's go past some stuff here, because let me get to the chapters, because they go into about his backstory, but his other books and stuff that I don't care about right now. So hold on. Let me get to where they start talking about the broken plea, because that's what we came for. Okay, so we're right here. He goes through, so Chris, as a FBI agent, he was part of the hostage rescue team. Apparently, he fought domestic terrorists. I think he was a part of the Ruby Ridge, if y'all know what that is, if you remember. All kind of whatever. He's got a little colorful little background there. Chris Whitcomb. Get it? I'm sorry, I apologize. He's an author. Chris Whitcomb is his name. Broken plea. Right here. Let me get the screen up. I'm on the fence about Cyray's phone data, because what it tells me is Brian Koberger did not travel down highway, to whatever it was, Moscow Pullman Highway. He didn't travel down that road to get to Moscow like the probable cause affidavit states he does. It's somebody else's white car, apparently, because Cyray says he went in the back way and landed on Indian Hills Road, because we were all along going, what the hell is this dude doing all of a sudden appearing on Indian Hills Road? Where'd that come from? If he came in that way and the house is right there, what the hell is he doing on Indian Hills Road? That's over there. Interesting. Why was that even in there? Like, see? Shit like that. If that's true, is that because they didn't know the car went a different route? Because they didn't look at what Cy looked at? They see a white car on the footage that they did recover at the smoke shop and stuff. Grainy white car footage. And Taylor, how did you get to my client? When did you ID that car as a 2015? We used footage from video we captured. What footage did you use? And Taylor wanted to know. It's a huge deal. They finally landed on Ridge Road, I think, allegedly, speculating. They said they did. That's how they did it. Stuff like that. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing that if that's true, right? Is Cy correct Is that really FBI's fault? That we're going by Moscow's grainy car footage, and they claim that when this white car is seen at specific locations down the highway, there's a phone ping in the area to Matt. Well, he turned his phone off, right? Once he left his apartment. So they don't really know they don't know which way he went because the phone was off. So they had to rely on grainy car footage. A lot of that's been released. A lot of it is Kohberger's car. That Indian Hills car, that's Brian Kohberger. 1112, right next door, that little circling shark white car, that's Brian Kohberger. I don't know whose car that is on the highway, Moscow-Pullman Highway, the probable cause affidavit refers to. I got no clue. Anyway, there's stuff I question, but him not being the guy ain't one of them. And that's problematic for the case. If that's true, Cyree needs to come with receipts because we like our receipts. We pretty much demand them. I know to take him with a grain of salt, right? I don't think Ann Taylor was going to call that guy to testify at trial. Did she know how he felt? Come on. Was he going to surprise her at trial? Be like, well, Ann, since you asked, was he out stargazing? Actually, no, according to my Ann Taylor's going to be like, what, dude? That's not in your report, man. You work for me, remember? Pro bono or not. Team defense? What are you doing? Then Judge Hippler would have really faced palm right there in the courtroom. He'd have slammed his gavel down so hard it would have rumbled in Cyree's seat. All right, Dex, what is it? Dax, whatever, and his co-host, and Chris Whitcomb here. He's going to talk about his book, The Broken Plea. He's going to talk about the aspects of the book, what's important to the Kohberger case, about the plea itself, and all the things, right? And we're going to see if he's accurate in his reporting. He is an author who wrote a book, after all. We would expect and ask for a little accuracy. Uh-oh, I have them silenced. Is that like a subliminal thing? Okay.
Leather jacket. So to this day, that I've still got that jacket.
Oh, that's
but anyway, that led to the book.
fantastic.
The book led to me leaving the FBI, and my first book signing, because all these stories are crazy. My first book signing was September 12th at the Borders at the South Tower of the World Trade Center.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that night was they did a press tour, and the first stop on the press tour was Larry King Live.
Sure.
Which was, you guys remember Larry
yeah,
King.
big.
It was huge at the time,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, it wasn't going on Larry King just to talk about the book. All of a sudden, they needed somebody to talk about 9/11, and I was the guy because I worked Al-Qaeda. I was in Yemen and Africa and all these places chasing Al-Qaeda. And so that was those years.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're going to talk about Broken Plea. The book is called Broken Plea, The Explosive Search for Truth Behind the Idaho Murders.
Yeah.
Yeah, CH, and remember when you review the judge is asking him all the questions, or were you happy with your counsel? Everything. Kohberger signed off on all of it, which is what is going on here, right? What is Ann Taylor doing? Something like, what is she doing? Or doing nothing at all, right? What is actually happening? We have two opposing experts now out that were on the same team at one time. One's got a crazy theory about a cleanup. One's got data now that says, hey, this guy was doing more than just entering that house that night. He was doing way more. So why would the prosecutor not go for that if they got way more? We needed more. We had circumstantial evidence and DNA on a knife sheath. We had that DNA on the knife sheath. Outside of that, we had circumstantial evidence, grainy car footage. I'll tell you, I only know that's Kohberger's car on that neighboring footage because he said I did it. It looked just like his car, though. I'm a jury, and I'm like, okay, that's his DNA in the house, and that car does look just like the one they introduced into evidence being his car. Damn, dude. You see what I'm saying? But there's a lot, but I don't know. There's probably nothing to it. Koberger could be sitting there just getting his little fancy off. He'll file another one. If he loses whatever this is he's trying to get with his little penciled in theories, he'll do it again and again and again. He don't care. It could be about the food in prison next. We already had that happening with the bananas. You know, if he doesn't win his way, then he's going to want his accommodations better. And right now, Koberger knows he's not going to walk out of that jail, out of that prison. Koberger wants better accommodations. Koberger read many books on prison conditions for studies. We're going to hear an interview later with one of Brian Koberger's professors from WSU. Very interesting, to say the least. But first, we're going to hear Whit come out here and see what he's got to say for himself this time.
I'm going to be honest with you. I acknowledge how enormous these were, but maybe because I don't watch the nightly news or anything. I personally wasn't terribly aware of this until I read your book. So I guess let's just maybe start with what happened in 2022.
I wasn't either. I knew nothing about this case until just before Brian Koberger pleaded guilty to this case. Bottom line, November of 2022, 4 students at the University of Idaho were murdered
You knew this one well.
in a house.
Yeah.
Probably the most sensationalized, high-profile case in the last 10 years, probably,
Yes.
because it's so horrific.
Oh my God, my mom could not stop talking about it. You can imagine.
I'm sure this was a sweet spot for her.
Yeah.
It was a huge story. It was a daily story on all the people that you might imagine, all those shows that cover crime and true crime and things like that. And everything from mainstream legacy news.
Right, CH, because the standard appeal you can file again, right? Under the post-conviction relief, it's so different. We need to review Andrea here one night, right? We need to review that live together and let everybody get caught up on what she does say, because I do appreciate her input on the law aspect of it, right? Because Ann Taylor's a lawyer too, so I need to get into the lawyer's head, right? I need to get there, because I'll go into their heads, even the defendant's head if I have to figure stuff out. I'm not scared. I won't be long. I'd love to get it. Yeah, so we need to do that. I'm mapping everything. I'm mapping Koberger and I'm mapping Cy. So the timeline matters, serious for sure.
Feeds to TMZ. Everybody covered it.
Yeah.
He's alluded to win.
Bottom line is these 3 young women and a man were killed in a 3-story house, it was campus housing, but not a dormitory. And these 4 horrific murders, and then the investigation that ensued to the point where the authorities found a guy named Brian Koberger. They arrested him in Pennsylvania. They brought him back. Grand jury indicted him for 4 counts of premeditated murder and 1 count of felony burglary, and assigned a public defender and got set up for trial. And the trial was supposed to happen in August of 2025, so a year ago. Just prior to trial, after 3 years of going through the whole court process, he changed his plea from not guilty. Actually, that's not true. He never even actually entered a plea. We can talk about that. Yeah. But he changed his plea at that time to guilty, and he stood in a change of plea hearing before a judge named Judge Hippler, and he pled guilty to 4 counts of murder and 1 count of felony burglary. He was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms, plus 20 years for something, I'm not sure what it was, and a fine of $270,000, which was $50,000 for each and $20,000 for the burglary.
And this was all to avoid the death penalty, presumably.
Yes, because it was a death penalty prosecution. At the time, today still, death penalty in Idaho is firing squad, which I think no matter who you are, that somehow adds a little bit more, right?
It's really hard.
I got to be honest with that would be my choice.
What? Well, you, yes.
Yeah,
But you wouldn't,
him, right?
you wouldn't hear it. The bullet's traveling faster than the speed of sound.
Well said.
So you're standing there and then you're not.
Yeah.
These lethal injections, there's some horror stories. God knows I don't
it's
want
all-
electrocution.
it's all horror.
Just had one like a few weeks ago.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
Oh, yeah.
Another one.
Couldn't kill a guy.
Yeah, it can be terrible.
Terrible. Yeah.
So for me, that's my choice, I think.
Okay.
So that's the end of the case, right? And horrible story, resolved to everyone's satisfaction with pleas of guilt, and it goes away.
Right.
Done. No trial, no evidence, no nothing.
Yeah.
Except everybody in the world already knew about it. Everybody in the world had their own theory, and all of a sudden it's gone. Then here I come.
Yeah.
And here we are now.
It didn't take. Then here he come. It didn't take him long to figure out everybody in the world had their own theory, did it? What? Oh. There were a lot of theories out there. He is not incorrect in that reporting. That is accurate. Accuracy, Whitcomb.
Yeah, you had a friend
Yes.
suggest to you that you should look at this.
Correct.
And initially you're like, no, I'm not interested. What's there to...
I wasn't interested because I was doing another book, another true crime book on a case from Springfield, Missouri called the...
So, this person who approached you to look into this, did they say you should look into this, or did they say you should look into this and write a book about this? Let's hear that again.
that you should look at this.
Correct.
And initially you're like, no, I'm not interested. What's there to...
I wasn't interested because I was doing another book, another true crime book on a case from Springfield, Missouri called the Springfield 3, which if somebody Googles the Springfield 3, it's a huge unsolved 35-year-old missing persons case. 3 women disappeared, never found a trace. I was finishing that book, and I was fully involved in all the edits that go along with that. And then I get this call from this guy and says, hey, we got to talk.
Yeah.
And I knew nothing about the case. I'd been buried in another case.
And he was a student, right? A PhD student or something?
Well, yeah, let's go through.
A guy calls and says, hey, we gotta talk. And you were working on another book, but now you got this book. That's interesting. Broken plea.
In order.
Okay,
so
cool,
your book, I like the way that your book is structured. So we start the book with the plea.
I think the first line is most stories don't start at the end, but that's where we were, right? So we start this book with a solution, and the solution is Brian Koberger standing up. So it starts at that July 2nd, 2025 hearing where he stands up, Judge Hippler says, we're going to change the plea. The prosecutor stands up and recites the evidence as it would have happened. He says, I did it 5 times. He says it again 5 times, and it's sealed and it goes away. But that is the end until you look at what nobody saw. If there had been a trial, this information would have come out. It would have gone through public scrutiny. And no matter what happened, everyone would know why. But because there was no trial, no one knew any of the information in that book.
Right.
And I don't think I'm...
He said nobody knew any of the information in his book. Sir, we've poked holes in all of the information in your stupid book. It was easy. Wow.
exaggerating. There's very little information in that book that people knew prior to it coming out.
Right.
It's almost all new information.
Well, there was something new. Hair in Ethan's hand. And actually, Chris Whitcomb went in hard that the beer pong table was a huge deal evidentiary wise, exculpatory to Brian Koberger. But Tipsy Turvy said, no, anybody who thinks the ping pong table is relevant is crazy. I'm like, dude, that's your pal that wrote the book that you're a part of. You just contradicted the author of the book who made a big deal on the same platform you're on right now about the beer pong table you just said was a no-count piece of shit table that got in the way. You crazy people on the internet, the beer pong table don't matter. Chris Whitcomb begs to differ. So y'all are a little confusing over there on Brian Koberger's camp. I tried.
And let's just start by saying this book is not in any way attempting to say he didn't do it.
Correct. It's not a wrongful conviction case.
Yeah, start there.
It's not a wrongful conviction case. No, it's not, because we didn't have a trial. There was no conviction. And he goes there about alternate suspects in his book. So I don't know what kind of word salad he's giving off over here.
It's not a wrongful conviction book, but there's a lot of stuff
Oh no, this is so.
that does
Whoa.
beg
Oh,
some
God.
questions
Oh,
that
yeah.
probably deserve to be scrutinized.
Oh, this is so horrible. What are we about to hear? Well, calm down and find out. That's a big reaction right away. Oh my God, what could it be?
In a
So TV dramatic, like that lady Lauren.
trial, and it would have probably been more satisfying for all of us to maybe learn. So then we go from the plea to 4:20 a.m. Sunday morning in Moscow, Idaho.
Yeah.
So tell us what happened that night.
Let me just back up. I think
Yeah.
this book is 16 chapters or something like that. The spine of this book, it is different than other books I've written. It will be my seventh published book. The one I'm doing with Dylan's not coming out till the fall.
Okay.
So it's my seventh published book. And I've written novels, I've written memoirs, I've written different kinds.
You don't think who has the facts, Simi? That Dax guy? Oh, hell no. He ain't no true. He don't know. These people don't know nothing. The hosts don't know nothing. They're just overreactive, like shiny people. I'm just making fun of them. It's okay. Just making fun of them. It's Shady Lady Night at the Hot Mess Express. They know nothing. It's Chris Whitcomb I'm honed in on here. I'm taking my notes of his little ramblings. Ramble on. Keep rambling, because I'm listening to what matters.
Of things. This is different because it's a book built on somebody else's writing for the most part, right? Each one of those chapters has a spine, which is a police document, an interview transcript. It is some primary source document, and I build the chapter around what they said.
Oh, interesting.
And I don't formulate theories. I say, this is what you don't know, and it plugs it into the larger story.
Yeah.
And in many of those
Semi-sharp. The whole point of my show in episode 1 in this series is to call out all the horrible things happening to the victims in the Idaho 4 case. And it's important to lay the groundwork of how we got here. I don't buy a fucking word that this piece of shit is selling. His book's a piece of trash. We can annihilate that book with facts backed up in documents if the documents are accurate. I don't know these people hosting this show. I only know that one dude because he's been on TV and shit, right? I barely know his name. So I'm here to review Chris Whitcomb to show, because what I'm going to show in a little bit, it shows you got to review this guy and what he's spitting out to understand the people we're going to review in a few minutes that deserve to be. The Gonzalez family's going through enough, and people need to see it finally for what it is. People want to sit where they want to sit with his guilt or innocence. Go do that all day. Do you pick your side and go to it, but leave the family alone. We're going to leave them alone. So I don't want anybody to think I'm over here like, doing anything bad to victims or families, because that's not what I'm about. And I don't know if that's what you meant. I'm not saying you meant that. I just looked down and saw a comment, right? So I'm kind of want to make sure people understand that coming into this situation. I cuss and discuss. It might get worse as time goes on, as I'm reviewing the people I'm about to review here soon. Now, is Cyre right about anything? I couldn't tell y'all. He's a man with some software and some data that I haven't seen yet. But I've heard about it. I've heard about the FBI's data as well in a document. I've read all the documents in the Idaho 4 case. I've watched every hearing on the TV, streamed most of them. I stand up for these victims, and I always have. And back in the day, I was shunned from other people, other communities, because I spoke up and said, hey, y'all, really? Are y'all doing this today? The theories were ridiculous. Kaylee Gonzalez had a horrible nickname on Reddit. It was from another nickname, whatever, I don't care. The nickname stuck. And there's some nasty people on this internet. And the Gonzalez family doesn't need to be seeing all that shit. Why? Why we don't have any goods on Brian Koberger to talk about, to shut that shit show down, do we? But Idaho's willing to give us all the goods on Dylan Mortensen for them to unpack and critique and have her for lunch. That's cool, Idaho. Weird, but whatever, Idaho. Anyway, I'm going to finish reviewing Chris here and call him out on his bullshit when he stumbles up and it falls out of his mouth.
Instances in those chapters, some of them are outrageous.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, but we start with what we all would think happened, right? What we knew, which is
Right.
4 a.m, or what's the time?
Yeah, let's start with this.
Yeah.
What the prosecution has said at the hearing and all along is that sometime at approximately 4:15 on a
At 4:15, I'm going to back that up a tad. I think the trolls all left. Yay, cool. It looks like they're gone, unless they're just lurking in the background. That's all right. All right, he's going to tell this piece of information that this is at 12:15 when Koberger, no, somebody enters the house. And then they leave at 4:20, 5 minutes. That white sedan, suspect vehicle 1, dips behind the apartments at 4:08. The lights go out. 4:08. Still not a lot of time, but it's not 5 minutes. 12 minutes, if we can narrow it down. If the lights go out at 4:08, give the guy time to park that car, get out, walk in that back door, and get up those stairs. And then all hell breaks loose. And then at 4:20, he speeds away at a high rate of speed, captured on the neighboring camera. Same car that sees the guy coming in and circling the prey from Linda Lane footage. Anyway, he says right here on this podcast, though, to anybody who's going to listen and to these hosts who will push it out there, right? This guy goes in the house at 4:15, according to my book. That's not backed up in any document, anywhere. Anywhere in a document in the Idaho 4 case. Well, there's a lot of unsealed documents to go still. It could pop up randomly. I can't say never or won't or can't.
Sunday morning. So Saturday night parties on a college campus going into Sunday morning at 4:15. Various things happen that lead prosecutors, investigators, then prosecutors to believe this is when the crimes occurred. When that happened, 2 young women were killed on the 3rd floor in a bedroom on the 3rd floor, and a woman and her boyfriend.
Hey, let me speed him up for a minute. Well, actually, no, let's don't. Because I'll have to, if he goes too fast, I can't compute it in my brain. I don't hear well. So, like, all those words just ran together. I don't know what the hell that dude just said. But I need to walk outside for a second. So I'm going to take my phone with me and I'll be chatting with you guys while he talks for a minute. There's some things he's going to say in a few minutes that are really ridiculous. And I can't believe he's okay with writing this book and getting out here and doing these tours or whatever, these media tours about his book and promoting it. But the facts are so wrong, right? According to the documents. Why would you do that? It's kind of foolish, to do that. It's like fiction versus what a fact is. And I understand Whitcomb's got questions. He's just asking questions. But it's you versus the documents at this point. 4:15, he says. All right, take it away, Chris, while I walk outside for a moment. Go make sure the fam is good and the dogs are good. And, yeah, smoke a cigarette and all, because you kind of got me there. Welcome to my world, y'all. All right, Chris, talk for a minute and we'll review you in the chat.
Were killed on the 2nd floor of the 3-story house, and the killer left. What really starts to stand out is the prosecution's timeline suggests that was about 5 minutes, between 3.5 and 5 minutes. And now, listen, everybody listening to this thing is going to have their own opinions and attitudes. Some would argue that initially they said 15, 20 minutes. When it comes right down to it, the timeline established with all of the evidence as presented by the prosecution, was 3.5 to 5 minutes.
Wow.
To kill four human beings.
In a house you would maybe not know or know.
Okay, so there's the next question. 3-story house, 2 bedrooms, 3rd floor, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, living room and a kitchen, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom on the first floor.
Yeah, other people were there, right?
Two other people were living in the house.
Yes.
that
And they were
survived.
not killed.
Right, exactly.
Which is
Okay.
another issue. And they didn't call
Strange.
police for 8 hours.
Yeah.
They did not call 911 for 8 hours.
That's
Yeah, so the 911 call, the initial 911 call is a full 8 hours later.
Let's accept the prosecution timeline and say that the murders occurred approximately 4:15, 4:17, 4:18, 4:19, within that 10-minute window. That's the accepted timeline. The 2 surviving females in the house, residents of the house, went downstairs to the first floor bedroom and stayed there till they called 911 at approximately 11:55 the next, later that
Noon.
morning.
Yeah.
Noon. So, 15, 20 minutes here and there, 8 hours, right? After calling their friends who came over and went into the house before the police got there, and they called it in as a medical emergency, a passed out roommate. A roommate had passed out and would not wake up.
That's what they called and said.
That's what they called and said, which soon becomes a real issue.
There's blood everywhere, yeah?
I mean, this crazy
Monstrous.
stabbing.
Yeah.
Monstrous.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been involved in a very, very large number of very violent, awful scenarios, and this was bad. This was just absolutely horrible. It's such a complex case, and it's so difficult to put the whole thing in perspective.
Yeah.
The bottom line is this. It started with a 911 call. This, a relatively new police officer in Moscow, Idaho is a town of roughly 25,000 people, 27,000 people, a university campus. So you have a police department that deals with cases like this. They didn't have murders. They didn't have the violent crime.
Exactly.
It's primarily
Bar fights and
exactly right. I mean,
Yeah.
listen,
Petty
it's exactly. It's a college campus. So all professionals trained. He had been a medical first responder before he got this job. And let me start with 3 things. That the prosecution built this case around a 3-tiered or 3-pronged.
pillars.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
One of them was DNA found on a knife sheath in the bed on the 3rd floor, supposedly. One of them was a white car that was tied to the suspect, Brian Koberger, now convicted or pled guilty, and some cell tower information. So a car, cell tower, and DNA. Okay. On its surface looks great. So now we say, how do we get there? So what's very unusual about this case is nobody knew this at the time because there was a gag order on the case. Judge Hippler imposed a gag order. So even though people were talking about this nonstop, no one had any of the information.
Yeah.
No one knew what the evidence was. And so it was what the prosecution was saying, not what anybody had seen.
Yeah.
Right? So one of the first things that happened is, I think it was Dateline NBC, somebody leaked some really critical information to them in violation of the gag order, and the judge was unhappy about that and made that known to everybody involved. And that was a big issue, right, at the time. Everything that I did was after that. It was after he had been convicted.
Yeah.
Everything I did was after the gag order had been lifted, and they were starting to disclose some of the information under Freedom of Information Act requests. So that's just a timeline.
Yeah.
Okay, so the timeline of the crimes and the response starts with something you don't see in a lot of true crime, which is a 56 or 60-minute body camera video. This officer named Mitch Nunez, relatively new to the department, was wearing a body cam, and it starts with him and his cruiser responding to the crime.
Yeah.
And the way those work, you don't always have audio immediately. The audio comes on, and you have who was it? Was it Jelly Roll? Who's The Enemy Is Me?
That song was playing?
Yeah, the song was playing on the radio because, I mean, every cops have a good ham radio because it's a boring job sometimes.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then, so you're listening to My Enemy Is Me, and, and then all of a sudden the call comes from dispatch. So you have the dispatch where they call into, oddly enough, my last name's Whitcomb, oddly enough, it was called Whitcomb 911.
Oh, wow.
No idea why.
Weird.
And so they dispatch police and fire to the house, and that's where you see it. So the entire thing, the entire response is filmed with audio, which is remarkable. And no one had seen it when I started to look into this case.
Yeah.
So your question, what did I see first? I saw the video.
Yeah.
So you have a report, police fill out reports, paperwork. In this case, we saw the whole thing happen in real time on video.
Yeah.
Indisputable. And what happened in the reports and what came out was very different than what everybody thought, including the fact that when this officer goes upstairs, he goes in the house, goes upstairs, goes down to the second floor bedroom and finds the first two victims, one lying on the floor, one in bed. His first words were to the other officer coming in behind him. His first words were, well, it looks like he killed himself. So initially on camera, which is now, I believe, widely available, his initial reaction was that this was a murder-suicide.
Yeah,
exactly right. Yeah. And so from the very beginning, things didn't make sense. So there was another friend of the two surviving women who called friends of theirs, a girlfriend of theirs through one of the sororities, and a guy named Hunter Johnson. Hunter Johnson, a University of Idaho student, came to the house, and he actually went in the house, went upstairs, down the hallway, and discovered the bodies.
Wow.
He came back, he went to the kitchen and got a knife for protection,
Oh, sure.
which is not unreasonable.
Right.
Yeah.
And he had the knife in his hand when police arrived.
Okay.
Okay, that's not great.
That's
Okay.
not great
Yeah.
because nobody knows what's going on.
It's not a great first impression.
No, and then he places it on a beer pong table in the middle of the living room. There's a big living room and a beer pong table right smack dab in the middle that you have to go around to get to the kitchen and around to get down there. So I started putting those various things together and saying, what does not add up? Because when you walk into any crime scene, there's a blueprint of what happened. You just have to interpret it. Some people are very good at it. Forensic psychologists, behavioralists, the profilers in the FBI, people who get paid to map blood spatter. It's a science. It's reasonably good.
Reasonably is about as much as we could say.
I think.
Yeah.
I mean, so much of this stuff under scrutiny is not
hard.
replicatable.
And that's what happened.
Yeah.
That's what happened here. And the thing is, people had been talking about this for 3 years based on never seeing anything at all.
Yeah.
I wrote Broken Plea, but the publisher came up with the explosive search for truth behind it. And they were not kidding. I mean, this went off like a nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
Because so many people had so many theories and they had never seen any of this information before.
Yeah.
So yeah, what was there anything about the body cam footage that immediately was like inconsistent for what you had read about what it
Everything.
was?
Everything was inconsistent.
Everything.
And then it went downhill. So, I mean, we have so much to talk about in this case, and the book in particular. But I think the two things that stand out immediately from the body cam footage, what I think most people believe about the crime scene, and what to this day many people don't know. And I've got to say this about a book. I spent 6 months of 12-hour days mired in the majority of the police file. And I think we got to explain that. When
It went off like a nuclear bomb. Was that the plan? I wonder. I'm just asking questions. I may or may not have a conspiracy brain.
somebody commits a crime, the police do an investigation. The investigation goes to a prosecutor. The prosecutor figures it out, and they use certain evidence from that file to prosecute and put somebody in jail. That's the model, basically, right?
Right. And then they're obligated to be turning over all the evidence that maybe they didn't want to incorporate in
That's
their
exactly
position.
right. And that's called the Brady disclosure. There was a case called Brady v. Maryland. It might have been, I think it was 1976. It's an old, well-established federal statute that says the prosecution has to hand their entire case, including, as you just said, Dax,
Inconvenient.
or exculpatory in any way to the defense.
Yeah.
Hey, Simi, my mama always said, Mabel, if you're able, get your elbow off my table. You're going to be putting the elbows on the table at the dinner table. No, ma'am. Get them off. Okay, Jesus. I feel you, girl.
And they did. And that is the Brady disclosure. The Brady disclosure in this case was terabytes of information. It is staggering how much information they gathered.
What was the 3-year gap between the plea and the event?
The feet weren't welcome neither. I saw that when I first reviewed it. I was like, okay, they're just like cool with relaxing at their table, but whatever. I probably would have propped my feet up, but I probably would have put a pillow under them and have my feet be bare feet. Would that be acceptable?
That's
I
correct.
mean, that's a lot of time.
That's a lot
to
of
be
time.
accumulating documents. And,
Yes.
Yeah, building this mountain.
So in some ways, I was shocked at how much information it was because it wasn't just the crime scene itself. It wasn't just the autopsy and toxicology reports of the victims. It wasn't just the analysis of blood spatter and DNA testing of blood found at the scene. It wasn't any one of those physical evidentiary things. It was also every online interaction anybody associated with this thing had ever done. Brian Koberger, the victims, the survivors, friends all these people, every email, every social media post, every text message, every photograph, everything that anybody had ever done. And it became hundreds of thousands of individual pieces of information.
And that would be accurate. And there's all of Ann Taylor's mountain of terabytes to pour through. Because it certainly wasn't information pertaining to Brian Kohberger, because there's not a lot out there. Some arrest video, interrogation video, statements he may or may not have made, phone data, car footage, knife on sheath on the DNA on the sheath. What else is there? The entire investigation was interviewing everybody, trying to figure out what the hell happened here and who did it. And all the kids in the town were trying to do the same thing in real time. What the hell just happened and who the hell just did it? Was it that shady guy in the corner we always looked at sideways? Right? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Who could have done that to our friends? Was it somebody we knew? Are they like hanging out with us right now? What's happening? That's all in every single Facebook post, because we know it's in the search warrants. A lot of Facebook warrants. Lots. Everything, it seems, was all pertaining to the people in the town that they were talking to, and interviewing, and investigating. They were following that one guy around, trying to get the cigarette butt to get a DNA sample to compare to that sheath. They were investigating this crime. They investigated Jack DeCour. Took his phone, put him in the cop car immediately when he walks up and says who he was, introduced himself, says, "That's my girlfriend in there, my ex-girlfriend. What's your relationship? Have a seat in this car, son." All the other kids are piled up in a corner, huddled up in blankets that the cops passed out and the friends brought out. But Jack DeCour walks up and says, "My girlfriend, my dog, have a seat in the cop car, sir. We'll be right with you." They investigated Jack DeCour.
That I had to look through and try to make sense of.
In fact, the records will reflect how deep they went into his mental health history, even at the University of Moscow. It's in the documents. I don't know what the documents actually said, HIPAA and all that, sealed and all that. We got preliminary stuff and some of the unsealed stuff already. So that's where I'm getting that from. They investigated this case. And when you look at all the documents Moscow Police Department released, all the police reports that they were taking, trying to find tips about the guy. Tips were coming in about all kind of people, right? They were looking into all of it. So all of that's in the terabytes. But I don't know how much of that was actually Brian Kohberger. All that car footage Ann said she had to go through, I don't think there was a whole lot after all.
Stay tuned for more Armchair
Information.
And she interpreted it as one of the roommates, but you would definitely argue it was Brian's.
No. Well, great question. But the reason I said that is because she originally said it was one of the victims, and it turns out that she changed it to one of the other victims. Because two women died in bed on the third floor, probably were found and attacked and killed in that bed, never got out of the bed. The other woman was probably Xana Kernodle, was probably attacked in or around the kitchen, chased across the living room, down a hallway into her room, where she died on the floor of her bedroom after an extraordinarily violent struggle. And her boyfriend was found in bed next to her, killed also. And her boyfriend was 6'4", 230 pounds.
I know.
Big guy. Big guy. So basically, Dylan Morton said in all these police statements that she heard this activity, and then she heard somebody in a bathroom, and the bathroom was all the way at the other end of the house, approximately 30 feet away, depending on how you measure it, approximately 30 feet away, two closed doors away, said, heard a male voice saying, "It's going to be okay, I'm here to help you." Essentially, I'm paraphrasing, but that was essentially what she said.
Yeah, I've always found that to be the oddest thing for Dylan Mortensen to hear. Who says that to the person they're harming? I always wondered that. It's in the probable cause affidavit that she heard this guy say, "Don't worry, I'm here to help you." And I thought, what the hell? Carnage is happening out that door, and she hears, "Don't worry, I'm here to help you." Was that being said in Xana's room? I know where Dylan's room is compared to Xana's room. Where was that person at when she heard him say that? The living room? And what kind of sick bastard says that to somebody they're trying to hurt? Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Cringy ass shit. Turns out it could have been a line from a movie that Dylan knew too. What? I don't see? No, we're not doing that today. I don't know what's going on anymore, right? Did Koberger say that to Xana for real? If he did, what kind of sadistic shit is that? Y'all know what he did in that house, right? Now turn around and say, don't worry, I'm here to help you. What the fuck? If that's true.
Didn't know
Could have been a figment of the imagination. I don't know.
what had happened, and she thought whatever, closed her door, heard something else, opened her door, and she's face to face with a man at 4:15 in the morning wearing all black clothing and a balaclava and holding something in his hands. And it had to be based on the proximity, the house, the construct of everything, the reconstruction that I've done, no more than 3 feet away, probably less than 3 feet away. So came face to face with the killer, 4:15 in the morning, 4 homicides. He turns around and walks out through the kitchen and disappears. That's the story.
And why doesn't she call 911?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So here we go now with what happened and what didn't happen and where do we fall in between.
Yeah.
Right?
Can I ask you, was she drunk that night?
The toxicology of the 4 victims. I could tell you the blood alcohol content of 2 of them. I'm not going to say who's who because for the respect for the families. 2 of the victims in the house, their blood alcohol content was about 0.28, which is roughly 3 times, is more than 3 times the
driving limit.
Yeah, more than 3 times. Yeah. It's a good buzz. And 2 of them were 0.10. So 2 were mildly,
Right.
I mean, 0.10 is not drunk.
No,
Yeah.
0.3 is drunk.
Yeah, yeah.
And 2 of them had methamphetamine levels, and based on investigation, it was most likely, almost certainly, Adderall that they had.
Okay, so Maddie and Kaylee were both intoxicated. They'd been at the Corner Club bar all night. We see the grub truck footage. Maddie was having fun. Maddie was not feeling any pain. She was standing up and functioning. So was Kaylee. They were walking, talking, all the things. They weren't falling down drunk, but they had a good buzz, right? It's backed up in documents. The other 2 victims, Ethan and Xana, they did have those drugs in their system, okay? And it was actually powder, blue powder on Xana's, one of her nightstands, right? But it's college. The people, all the kids interviewed said it wasn't like those 2 were like, oh my God, doing that shit constantly, right? It was like a once in a while, I don't know. Who knows? But the people that like support Koberger make a huge deal out of this stuff when it's obvious they were partying that night, right? And then a madman entered their home. So their responses, of course, were going to be a little off because they were intoxicated and on things, being college students, while a madman entered their home in the dead of night and unalived them brutally.
Had bought and ingested Adderall. So nothing terribly unusual for college kids on a party weekend. It's pretty normal behavior, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of impaired activity, somebody being asleep at 0.1 and waking up, it's not going to be a dramatic, you're not going to wake up totally disoriented, but at 0.3 maybe.
Yeah, you might be, yeah.
So when people ask, how could Koberger do all this so fast? Well, his victims were passed out. Except for Xana. She's getting her DoorDash and her TikTok on.
You might ignore a lot of stuff you wouldn't otherwise. You might, you want to get back in fucking bed.
But we're going to get back to your original question, which is hers. And the answer is, I don't know. No one really knows. She says in her statements that she had been drinking a lot and actually itemized, and I think I put it in the book, what she actually
consumed.
What she did. And I should preface this by saying this, that you've read the book. It's an extraordinary amount of detail.
400 plus pages.
It's 430 pages. And I had to cut 30 pages of the book out because I couldn't mention people that were suspects.
Yeah.
he has to cut out 30 pages because he couldn't mention people that were suspects, like alternate suspects that the cops looked into once upon a time. Why not? The world knows already. What kind of hogwash is this, right? What kind of propaganda are you selling us, sir? What were you going to say in those 30 pages exactly? That the publisher's like, oh God, you can't say that, dude. We'll get sued. That's what he meant to say at that podcast. Publisher said, no, we can't go that far. We'll get sued. Other suspects. Okay. Well, when they get it figured out, I'll be ready to listen. What other suspects, like legit?
Legal reasons.
Right.
Right. And that's a monster part of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to write this book like a grand jury investigation, presentation. Like if I were an FBI agent, I do an investigation, I gather the information, I give it to a prosecutor, and then the prosecutor would present it to a grand jury. And it has to be very methodical.
Look, that was totally accidental. She's like, oh my God, I'm getting the deets. I'm going to tell all my friends. That Koberger guy may not have did it after all. Shit, y'all. What are we going to do now? Over their next glass of wine. They're going to be like, oh my God, tell us more. She's like, you're not going to believe this guy we had on the show, this book.
Yeah.
And it has to be well thought out. And that's what I wanted to do with this book. There's no narrative in this thing. It's really saying,
If Whitcomb actually had anything in his book that made sense or was like, oh my goodness, what is that? I would not overlook it, right? I'd call it out. I'd say, damn, that's a problem. If I saw a problem. So far, I haven't seen him have a problem, a real one.
this is what happens and what happened, and you figure it out.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly.
What about the other person?
Okay, so before we get move on beyond Dylan, you asked what she was drinking. I don't know because she said she drank a lot. Somebody else after the fact said,
Why did he need to bring up Dylan again? He needed to make sure we went back to that, circle back around, circle back to Dylan.
she told them she didn't drink anything at all. So there's no way to tell. Is it germane? I have no idea.
Absent a time machine, we shan't ever.
She told the cops all about what she drank that night.
Exactly right. Exactly right. But what we do know from phone records and from the interview is that she decided to run downstairs to the first floor and spend the rest of the night in a room with another young woman whose name is Bethany. And I wrote in the audiobook, Beth.
Writes a book, has it published, it's out there for sale on Amazon. He's up here telling the Dylan and the other roommate, Bethany, you know, and I'm like, dude, the names are out there, yeah, but not really beyond YouTube, right? Not really beyond YouTube, but in the book, they're there. And how many people read books versus watches YouTube, right? Who are into crime stories,
Bethany Funk. It's
especially that crazy Idaho 4 case.
F-U-N-K.
How many people how many folks bought the book unaware of really what it was about, right? Going into it, they may have read a little bit about it and it intrigued them. Who knows? What kind of reach would it have? What kind of influence would it have on a potential future jury? I don't know. I could be just dreaming it all up in my head in case it happens.
E, because that's the way her name has always been pronounced in anything that I've ever seen. During an interview, she corrects the interviewer and says, my name isn't Bethany Funk, it's Bethany Funka. My apologies to everyone. I don't know how she prefers to, because I didn't ask her, but...
You want to make sure he clarified Bethany Funka, his name, didn't he? I found that interesting as well, because all the internet knows her as Bethany Funk. He's like, I know her, I talked to her, she prefers to be called her real name. Chris, did you talk to her and interview her? No.
F-U-N-K-E. So she had a room on the first floor. Dylan ran down and they spent the night, based on what they've told police, in that room.
Okay. Because she was like, I saw a robber or whatever.
Exactly.
Okay.
But what happened, what they said happened...
I saw a robber. She didn't know what the hell she saw. I don't know if she ever said robber. She said fireman in a vacuum and then a guy with bushy eyebrows and noises and stuff.
And what actually happened during those 8 hours is wild with an L, 2 L's, disputed.
What?
Not the least of which is that they spent the night in that room because they were terrified in one statement, and in another statement, 2 sentences later said, well, we didn't really think it was unusual.
Right.
People are in the house all the time. And I go in great depth.
Well, we've read those texts. It's crazy. It's a wild ride reading those two texting one another. Something's happening. Do you hear this? Do you hear that? No, I don't hear it. What's going on? Call everybody. Nobody's answering. I'm scared. Well, shit, well, run down here with me. And then they still got down there and talked themselves out of it. Apparently, everybody knew in town, all their friends knew, rather. Dylan apparently was a big scaredy cat. You could go boo, or the wind could blow, and the girl was going to jump and overreact. Was it them two talking themselves out of whatever they thought they saw and heard? Bethany's unsure. She's like, Bethany Dillon's like, I saw somebody in black. Bethany replies, well, Xana was wearing all black. Meant earlier in the night. So was it Xana you saw? But it wasn't. It was Brian Kohberger, right? They were trying to figure out what's going on. I can't explain what was going on in them girls' heads. It is what it is. But they spin it any way they can possibly spin it, except for accepting it as to what it probably was. Exactly what it was. 2 young girls, completely confused, scared to death, always relied on the olders in the house, right? The older girls, they were their bigs. It was chaos in their minds. And I don't know, I can't explain Dylan Mortensen. I don't want to. She's got a lot of work to do on her. That's her journey. This guy is weird.
In the interviews in the book about what they say, how they say it, and when they say it, they were never interviewed as anything other than witnesses. Nobody ever asked them hard questions about what everybody asks as reasonable questions.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder, Rachel, I get the money and the clout thing for him, but I had to wonder, because I always do, because he said somebody reached out to him. He said, hey, you should take a look at this. He's like, I'm already writing a book. I'm already working on a book. But yeah, you should take a look at this. Next thing you know, we got a book published called Broken Plea. Next thing you know, we got post-conviction relief after a plea deal that was like, what? Out of nowhere? What triggered that plea deal? Because Brian Kohberger was ready to go to trial. So I can't figure it out. I'm trying to unpack it with y'all in real time and figure it out. We got to figure it out.
Like if they were being treated as a suspect.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct. When you go through the house, and I've seen, I don't know how many thousands, but thousands and thousands of photographs of the house writ large. Inside the house, outside the house, details all the things that happened during the investigation of the house. Let's just say, for the purpose of this conversation, you have a murder scene in a bedroom on the 3rd floor. 1 bedroom, doorway, 2 young women killed in a bed. Mm-hmm. You go down to the 2nd floor, and there is at the bottom of the staircase, Dylan's room just to the right. Then you go up a step about 6 inches into the living room. Mm-hmm. The living room is blocked. The doorway is blocked by a beer pong table. It's a white table from Costco or whatever with beer pong, set up for beer pong, right? You go through that table, turn left, and you go down a hallway.
Really quick, you are serious about beer pong when you have a purpose-built table.
College,
you are committed to beer pong.
That's what you do.
That's what you do.
Yeah.
And they had a party Friday night, and they were playing beer pong.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's college housing. It's there's nothing unusual at any of this, except the placement of the table, which becomes massively important.
Oh God. Okay.
You go down a hallway. At the end of the second floor hallway is the second murder scene or crime scene, where the murders occurred, which is a woman and a man killed in that bedroom. So I would start by saying this: if you, as an untrained reader, viewer of a documentary, whatever the case may be, you would look at the 3rd floor bedroom and you would say, "Oh my God, this is horrible," but it's a typical crime scene. With an edged weapon. There's blood on the walls. You have spatter, transfer. You could do the math. It's
stabbing,
wild stabbing on the ceiling, on the walls. It makes sense in many, many ways, and can be dissected, analyzed, and evaluated based on that. This is a science, for better or worse. well established. You go to the second floor bedroom and you see the exact same thing. Perhaps more violent because of the nature of what happened inside that room, but the same thing. And one body on the floor, another in the bed, covered with a blanket, okay? Then you go back and you start going through the file, and it primarily comes down to this. The prosecution, everybody hires witnesses. The prosecution, the defense, everybody hires witnesses. The prosecution hired a witness named Paulette Sutton. She submitted a
Paulette Sutton for the prosecution has versus Dr. Brent Turvey, okay? That's how Paulette Sutton figures into this and factors into this. And we have Paulette Sutton's report. There's a big document in the case. All the reports are in there. Turvey's, Cyray's, and Paulette Sutton's. And we've reviewed them in the past, right? And we may go back to them in future shows. But here we'll let Chris tell his little cute little story he's about to tell. He's about to tell a cute story.
report. I think it was roughly 64, 67 pages, something like that. And in her report, she goes through the whole crime scene and she says, this is what happened. And that became the center of the prosecution narrative. It was done and written long after the fact, just prior to trial, not long before the trial. In that report, she said various things. We don't need to go through all of them, except for this. And this comes back to the body camera footage. When you look at the Mitch Nunez body camera footage going through the second floor living area where the beer pong table is, down the hallway into the bedroom, it looks normal. You don't see any blood spatter on the walls. You don't see anything. It just looks fairly normal. And it's fairly close up and it's fairly high resolution. So things stand out. After the fact, you go back and you look and you find out there is blood everywhere. And I'm not saying everywhere meaning it's blood, you know, it's painted green. I'm saying that there are blood trails in most open spaces in that second floor.
There's droplets everywhere.
Everywhere, but you can't see them unless you get up very, very close.
Yeah.
Did he get up real close? We've got the photos in the official document drop. All of the crime scene photos. What are you doing, sir? Did you go in that house and get on your hands and knees with a magnifying glass and look closely? What happened? Huh.
Dramatically different. The blood stains on the third floor and in the second floor bedrooms look like blood spatter, drips, trails.
Helter-skelter.
Helter-skelter. That's exactly right, Dex.
Yeah.
The blood stains in the common areas of the second floor look dramatically different. So the first thing you'd say, well, what does that mean? Her report, now this is a report.
Well, we know Dylan only stood in frozen shock phase for a second. It's in the documents. I don't know where, that was another weird thing in the probable cause affidavit. Everyone's like, where'd that comment come from? Did it come from Dylan or did the cop put it in there? She stood in frozen shock phase. What? You mean she was shocked for a moment? Yeah, we get that. Duh. I'd be shocked too if I heard shit happening and then saw that. I'd be a little shocked too. But she wasn't frozen. So I don't know what they were talking about.
Done by the prosecution says, quote unquote, that they were diluted with an unknown substance. So the first question you might ask yourself is, why were the bloodstains on the third floor crime scene
partially cleaned? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. So the bloodstains in the bedroom on the third floor and the bloodstains on the second floor, they look identical.
Right.
And they look identical to crime scenes that we're used to seeing in fiction or otherwise, right? All the space in between has bloodstains. The staircase, the walls coming down the staircase, across the room, the beer pong table, there's a knee wall, there's a far wall, there's baseboards, there are bloodstains, all of them. All of those bloodstains have been, quote, diluted with an unknown substance.
No, they haven't. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's not enough days in the year. Not all of them, sir. A couple. And there was some on the beer pong table, and was there things spilled on the table. And then again, there's mixtures of blood dripping off this knife, sheaths upstairs. My bad, misspoke. I don't want to be inaccurate. The knife, dripping stuff, red stuff, coming out of Xana's room, making my way out of the house before he makes eye contact with Dylan. Ethan's ends up on the pony wall, the little knee wall, excuse me. What's this guy talking about? We can find that we got the documents attached that goes with the photos.
Begs the question, what is the unknown substance?
Yes.
And how did it happen?
And why?
And why?
Yeah.
So she offers the answer, and her answer is that Xana Kernodle was found on the floor of her bedroom on the second floor. At some point, had suffered an injury to her mouth. She suffered grotesque injuries, right?
Yeah.
So Paulette Sutton speculates that the blood was diluted with the saliva from her
You're saying
mouth.
all that blood in the entire house is from
No, that's not quite how that went, sir. And what is so hard to believe about that on certain stains? Does he not get what this man did to her? Wow. See, it's crazy that that's the kind of stuff that's out there, that the victims' families know is being spread out there, right? It's wild. Could you imagine being them, Jeff Kernodle, Xana's father and sister? People are out there just going, describing everything and how horrific and all the actions and the movements, and it's crazy. And spinning the narrative about it, right? At the same time. They're going with dilution because they want people to believe there was a cleanup, right? And so therefore these blood stains would be diluted because they were attempted to clean them up. An attempt to clean them up. And there's nothing to prove they were ever cleaned with anything. There's no proof of it whatsoever. They're just diluted drops. This guy's not real bright.
this one part of the
Right.
mouth.
I'll just say it's implausible that, first of all, she suffered those wounds on the floor of her bedroom, and none of the blood spatter in her bedroom were diluted with an unknown substance.
Right.
Where she suffered the injuries.
Yeah.
Right? So how do you go back out through the entire house and every single blood spatter is somehow diluted with the saliva that she suffered in her room?
Except the one back in the other room. Those rooms both don't have it.
No, they have zero dilution with an unknown
that
substance.
Makes no sense.
Do you think often prosecutors are in a position where they recognize the defense is going to make a meal of all this other blood?
Right.
And they don't have an explanation. I mean, but you're not allowed to throw your hands up in the air and go like, we have no explanation. So your best bet, tactically, is to have some explanation.
Yes.
Like if you're trying to read between the lines of like, do they really feel convicted about this theory, or is it they need one to present to counter whatever one the defense is going to come up with? They can't go, yeah, we don't know about that. Well, we have no explanation.
They should be able to say that.
They did. The prosecution is a lead prosecutor and attorneys that are actually going to litigate the case. They are law professionals, and that's what they do. But they have to do it with information gathered by law enforcement.
Law professionals to litigate the case. God, I hope so. I want them all to be law professionals, sir, if they're going to litigate the case or defend the defendant. Wow. He's smart. He's a smart cookie.
In this case, local, state, and federal. You have local, the Moscow Police Department. You have the Idaho State Police. You have the Pennsylvania State Police, where they actually found and arrested Brian Koberger. And then you have the FBI. Federal, state, and local, different rules, different jurisdictions, all working together. Massive complexity in terms of the case. And then you have the defense poking holes in it. And I've asked experts from both sides, specifically the defense, I've asked about that question. And their answer was they just were going to ignore it. And the primary reason I wrote this book is because the questions are so overwhelming in this case. I don't see how it's possible that somebody in good conscience with the ability to question those things doesn't.
I know.
I've lived.
It's too bad y'all don't question the right things. I mean, never mind. I don't need all that energy. But yeah, y'all don't question the right things, unfortunately. And what kind of social media push is this? What's really happening here? With the broken plea book, someone approached you about writing. Huh. Y'all, I'm bored, so let me have my moment. Let me have my theory.
5 lives. At this point in my life, the last thing in the world that I wanted to be is that guy that I have zero social media. I have I've had a very long.
That's right. He was married to that Kristen Bell chick, right? That's right. They were married. He don't know shit. Brooklyn, Dax knows nothing. He's just a podcast host about a bunch of stuff. But Chris is making the media rounds. That's what we're evaluating. Chris Whitcomb here, this guy who decided to, out of nowhere to write a book about Brian Kober called The Broken Plea. After a friend said, take a look at this case. Why was it titled Broken Plea? Why couldn't it be titled Bad Investigation? What subliminal kind of bullshit am I looking at here? Y'all get good at picking out the manipulation, the propaganda machine in full force. Welcome to the Hot Mess Express. Well, trains will derail and misinformation will run amok, and we're going to point that bullshit out. Y'all fix the algorithm and hit the thumbs up and get the alternate theory out into the universe. Because Lord knows right now, this case needs all the help it can get. The Gonzalez family needs you. And we lost some viewers, like a little tiny handful. But guess what? They were pro-burgers who came in on a song because the thumbnail tricked them. My social media experiment worked. All I said is it's about Brian Koberger and trains derailing and misinformation. They could have thought I was going to throw shade at the prosecution. It could have been just a little fun and troll group looking for a little fun tonight. I don't know. But here we are. Y'all let me have my moments. All right. But I'm also here to call out the bullshit tonight. I just about had enough of this guy because there's other stuff to review. But he goes on and on with his misinformation train. And he said, I can't, hang on. Let me see if I can actually, do they have it? I should have time-stamped this one spot. Let's see. I actually should have. There was something he said. It's not going to let me look at it. Never mind. Anyway, this jackass. Yeah, y'all don't take anything this guy says as like anything we can believe.
Only 8 miles apart.
Wow.
So the borders
We don't believe none of this.
just
Yeah,
right there.
right, exactly. So he goes to Washington in June from Pennsylvania in a white Hyundai Elantra. He moves up there. He gets a cell phone when he gets there, and he moves into an apartment. I think it was a 2-bedroom apartment.
All accurate so far.
And he is a teaching assistant, as is often the case in PhD programs. So he's a teaching assistant, and he's a student at the same time.
Accurate again.
He's a very, very awkward guy. I've been through
Also accurate. Chris.
all of his emails, all of his cell phone communications, his texts, his photographs, and his messages. And he communicated with his family, his mother and his father and his 2 sisters, and he loved his dog, and he loved baseball.
He did love his dog. He did.
He liked the Yankees.
How about friends?
Almost zero.
Also accurate. I know, Jet. We got what can we do, Simi? What can we do to make it better? Should I make them smaller? Can I do that? Hold on, Simi. I can make them tiny. I think. What is this? I don't know what this does. I'm scared. No. No, stop it. I don't know what to do. Is that better, Simi? You get bigger me. Bigger me. The fuck?
Almost zero. Let's just say roughly 3,500 text messages from the time in June.
Oh, our butterfly has to fly away to get a good night's sleep. We miss you, girl. Get some rest. We'll see you when we see you. Hopefully, we'll see you this weekend. We'll do a recap on Lindsay Clancy, what happened at trial all week as far as testimony goes, and see where we stand. So that'll be coming this weekend.
July, when he got the phone, to the time the police seized his phone, and I'd say, I don't want to give an exact number, but I'd say fewer than 0.1% were to anybody other than his parents or his sisters.
Wow.
Almost no one. But he's a very
No one. According to the documents, no friends, just mother, father, and sisters.
very odd guy. So I am not a psychologist. My wife's a doctor of psychology, and
Oh gosh. His wife is a doctor of psychology. What's up with that trend lately? My spouse is a doctor of psychology. I ain't got no spouse. I purposely let my southern twang slide out occasionally. Damn, dude. He's got one of them spouses too that can figure people out, like Lauren Matthias.
Not a criminologist, but he was very spectrum
Yes, that's what it
defined.
sounds like,
Right, he
yes.
was very, very awkward in terms of interaction. And the most obvious scene is when he showed up in court to enter his plea. He didn't say anything at all. He just stared at the wall.
Oh, wow.
And he never entered a plea of not guilty. The judge actually entered the plea of not guilty on.
Okay. That right there is a huge piece of misinformation, the way he's describing that. Let me make sure I heard that accurately. Hold on. Okay, it gets a little drunk occasionally when I mess with it. I break it occasionally. Sometimes I'll catch up and start right back. Hold on, I may have messed it up. Of course. Okay, he says the Koberger sat there and stares, right? What's my timestamp on this?
Up in court to enter his plea, he didn't say anything at all. He just stared at the wall.
Oh, wow.
And he never entered a plea of not guilty. The judge actually entered the plea of not guilty on his behalf.
Whoa.
Okay, because in Idaho, his attorney stood silent. My client stands silent, Judge. In Idaho, guess who else did the same thing? Lori Vallow. Skylar Meade came after Brian Koberger as one was also a death penalty case and also Ann Taylor's client because she's the death penalty attorney. Guess what he did? He stood silent. It's a thing in Idaho. Kind of like no contest in Florida. So I don't know what the hell Chris is talking about. That he making it sound like remember Ann Taylor comes to court and tells us all how Bri-Bri's not right in the head. He's going to stare into space and can't figure out what's going on around him. Like, ma'am, he's a PhD student and a teacher assistant. That's a little dangerous, wasn't it? But okay, now he's impaired. Chris is like, this dude sat there in court and stared off into space, and the judge had to enter a not guilty plea because he legally stood silent at his attorney's advice. Chris Whitcomb, hit the thumbs up and get the accurate information into the YouTube streets, please. And thank you. The victims would appreciate it.
He didn't say a word.
Had he had any prior incidents with law?
There was a published history of drug addiction, maybe opioids when he was younger.
Okay.
He had a condition that he called visual snow, where he said that his vision would...
Maybe opioids when he was younger. How about heroin? I hope I don't get in trouble on YouTube. How about that? That was his choice. It's documented. He was a recovering addict. At one point, he was addicted to that particular item. And he did have visual snow. He did. Brian Koberger wrote about it on his mini Reddit post.
Be obscured like an old television set. People don't even...
No, wait. It was some of the Reddit posts, and what were the... I got them all saved. Where the hell were they? Teletap. Teletalk? What the hell was it? Talkatap? The Talkatap post. Oh, yeah. Shit.
You know what I'm talking about. But back in the day,
yeah.
televisions would just go to snow after a certain amount of time,
Yeah.
where he said that's the way he saw the world. So he had a visual
I
affectation.
know he had the visual snow, and the guy liked to drive around at night at the same time with the visual snow. How dangerous was that? He could have caused a horrible accident.
That was physiological. He had behavioral issues, which would be spectrum related, interaction, extremely awkward socially.
Yeah.
Huh. He's got the autism spectrum disorder, and he acts awkwardly. Really, Chris Whitcomb, where are you getting that information from? Document that Ann Taylor filed that she whipped out of nowhere and said he had it? Some coordination issues even, because we heard he was really good at boxing, and there may be a boxing video coming into court. But Ann Taylor's got an expert that's going to say he has coordination issues. Coordination issues. I can't stab people like that. Chris, what are you doing? Propaganda tour much? I'm telling y'all, did I tell y'all the media campaign was going to ramp up the other day? Okay. Chris, tell us a little bit, tiny bit more. We might can tolerate you a minute more.
And he also had a history of substance abuse.
Thank you, CH. It was a Tappa Talk, wasn't it? You know.
And he had lost a lot of weight. He'd been quite overweight and he had lost weight. So he had a history in his 27, 28 years of at least those three anomalous, socially interactive issues. The visual thing, the behavioral thing, and the substance abuse thing. So he's a very unusual guy, but most people described him as very, very bright and focused in very awkward ways. And
Focused in very awkward ways. I don't mean to make light of a condition. This is interesting. Interesting review. Do you guys throw a one in the chat if you find this review interesting?
we've all had those conversations. You don't know social cues and things like that.
Yeah.
So it's very easy to migrate from.
Is he one of those internet cranks? I think he might, not like a Delphi internet crank. He's an Idaho 4 crank, y'all. Why didn't I recognize that sooner? I should have got my label maker out like Megan. Okay, that's what he is. This is our Idaho 4 crank.
Those things.
We'll meet the rest here in just a little while.
So
A couple of them anyway.
he's a weirdo and he makes a murderer. And what you run into with a book like this, anytime you interact in a situation like this, invariably you have people and they say, "Oh, I don't care. I just know he did it."
Those murder sheet people said there was internet cranks one time, and I'm like, what in the world is that? And then I learned what it was. Turns out those cranks were pretty cool, but I don't know if these Idaho cranks are cool. Well, some of them other cranks weren't so cool. They were, I don't know.
Right.
Or I don't care.
Be careful in them streets.
I just don't believe it. And you saw, like, I just saw the Michael Jackson documentary
Oh, okay.
and the O.J. Simpson.
Okay, I'm like, what's that got to do with anything? Did I miss something? What's poor Michael Jackson got to do with this? With OJ, dudes, sit down with the OJ bullshit. We know the glove didn't fit. I watched the trial in real time. That's how many days old I am.
Documentaries and all of these documentaries. And you see in documentary form people in their own words saying, "Oh, he didn't do it. I just feel it. I just know it." And they just don't care about evidence.
Oh God, I don't like to go off the feels. I prefer the evidence.
No.
I don't think truth really comes into play. I have taken my own cases with a prosecutor to jury trials. So I've sat there in jury trials and
Watch your theories get tested.
exactly.
Yeah.
And I've
I
presented.
test my theories. I have to. Jesus Christ, I'd be one of them conspiracy theorists if I didn't test my damn theory. Gotta make it make sense, after all.
Cases to grand jury.
Even the conspiracy theory has to make sense. Think about it.
I've been through all elements
Yeah.
of what we see playing out in this case in this book, and I tried to bring that experience to
I
bear.
have had the experience of being convinced someone did something
Yes. Yeah.
and finding out they didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And being
Yeah.
humbled by how wrong I was.
Well, look at the Innocence Foundation. And
Oh,
again, I am not, this is not a book of
That's pure laughable serious. Anybody who bought that bullshit, you know what? I got like, hang on, let me do a little Quixie County poo. Hold on 1 second. I got you. Wait, is it on this? Is it in this folder? There's a document dump, right? All the photos Koberger took of himself, all his selfies, the Koberger selfies, as I call them. There's a series of them. I bet you in 6 of those different shots, he's given the thumbs up. Some while hiking, some while in the bathroom, some while checking out his ass in the mirror. I mean, I'm just saying. Yeah, guy was into giving the thumbs up, even while out hiking. I guess he could do things while out hiking. Look, Ma, thumbs up, I made it.
wrong.
Got all my conditions, Ma, but I made it to the top of the mountain, to the top of the Kemiak Butte. Look, Ma, no hands.
Full conviction. I'm saying there are things that don't make sense. I'm going to come out and say, I have no theories in the books. I'm going to say somebody cleaned up the crime scene, and I'm going to say he did not do it alone. And I'll sit.
Oh, who then? Who does he suspect, I wonder? Wonder what his theory is. Think he's got the balls to say what his theory is? Or is he just spitting out some propaganda and going to run to the next place? Does he have an actual theory? What kind of detective what kind of FBI agent is he? Oh my God. Was he trained at the same time Jacob was? Not at the same time Maureen O'Connell was trained, but at this, I don't know what's going on with these FBI agents. How come some are like, oh my God, you're sketchy as fuck, where'd you go to school? And then some are like, okay, you are cool, but you're FBI, and I can't ever forget that part. But I got you, boo. Stay over there, though. Stay over there.
With any cop, I'll sit with the prosecutor, I'll sit with the defense, I'll sit with anybody and say, you show me how this is conceivable. There are things so wrong with what we know about this crime scene.
If they opened up the timeline enormously, would that help you? What if they go, we totally fucked up this timeline?
Some people have. There are theories that it happened as early as 2:15. There are so
2:15 a.m.? There are people he's right. He's not inaccurate with that reporting that there are theories that this actually occurred as early as 2:15. Apparently, all kinds of stuff was going on all night long, and a whole bunch of people were involved in, I don't even know, Dylan's running amok and the dog, and shadows are jumping in and out of cars at Linda Lane, and a guy at a dumpster doing some shady shit over there. A white suspect vehicle one, I think that's that same car, is circling its prey over on the left. There's a lot going on at the moment. The fuck am I? Idaho 4 effect.
many theories out there, I wouldn't even know where to start. Before I sat down with you guys, I went through the gauntlet of all the true crime podcasts.
People heard screams that weren't there. Fake audio was put out there. Leaked. Oh, good God.
Some very bright people and some not very bright people. 14 hours. I've spent 14 hours trying to explain things from my background and from these various things. It's like it never happened. I know they did it. I know he didn't do it. I know he did it. I know she's this. I know he's that.
He spent 14 hours pleading his case, and people came at him and said, oh, no, I know this and I know that. Where did that happen? Because the place you chose to go give your first interview was the Custody Queens on YouTube. A couple of supporters of Brian Kohberger. A couple of Dylan Mortensen fangirls. Admitted fangirls. But I just reviewed them again the other day, and they wanted to make it clear. We did a show and we reviewed them recently. Remember that, guys? They've went live since then and want to make it clear they're not accusing family or victims. They're here for the victims. They needed to make that clear before they started their show that day. So maybe we've got a little headway there. Chris, are we done with your tall tale? Let's be done with Chris's tall tale. In his little book, Broken Plea, he has tall tales to tell. And he makes no sense. And he can't back up a damn thing he's saying with a fact. Even if the facts are wrong, he should say, well, here's the fact and here's why I think it's wrong, right? If you're writing a book like semi-fiction, what are we doing? I don't know. I think I could have done it better, I think. Maybe not. I'm no writer. I could have been. Thought about it. I could if I just took the time and sat down and did it. I just like to think. I'd rather think than write it all down. That takes time and effort. I'm like, shit, I'll just think about it. I don't need to write that shit down. That's what my brain's for. I hope I don't forget it. Okay, so then we got Chris Whitcomb comes out with his big book, right? And then, like I said, over on the Custody Queens, he did his interview there. And then behind him comes Brent Turvey, the defense expert, crime scene reconstructionist, criminologist guy. He's pretty well known in the industry, I guess. So anyway, he's going to hired by the defense. Then he goes out there and does his interviews, cleanups, He laughed all night long, so there's a lot going on there in that guy's head. And then Ray came out, right? And he had a whole different version of events than what the or supporters were used to. Now, because I don't like what's happening to these victims, in this case, it's been going on for years, and I don't have to like it. I can avoid it, right? I can compartmentalize. I learned a long time ago I can't fight with these pro burgers. I knew all of them. We were in the same damn community exploring the same damn theories. That's how I know all of them. Okay, I ain't been around them in years because they went one way and I was like, oh shit, they're all going that way. I can't. Me and Butterfly together, we're like, what's going on here? We're losing the crowd because that ain't making sense now, right? It was just shit like that going on. And nobody was willing to have a conversation about any of it. Either you had to be down with he's innocent and all these college kids are guilty, or you just needed to get the fuck gone. So I got the fuck gone. And that's the story. All right. Now, I don't know this girl here. I do know these. Let me bring up these for a minute. I can't with these. I do know two of these people. I do not know the other two. They came along much later. They wrote in on a song as well. It's okay. They want to come to a case late. That's fine. Do your homework. And get shows like Opposing Sides into the algorithm as well. It was important in Delphi because I reviewed opposite sides to make my assessment, and boy, it didn't take me long to figure some stuff out because I'm pretty good at spotting the bullshit. And if you can't back up what you're saying in a court document, I already know I'm done right then. Just shut the door. We're done. That's a weird theory you got there that's not going to coast what the court document says, right? And that's what matters in the end, is what's going down in court, not our weird theory out here. All right. These people. I don't even know. I'm not going to play all of it because I just can't. But I need to get it. I don't know where actually, let me get it when they bring her up because that's when it will start, I think. And again, this is no shade to any creator. I'm just reviewing the Idaho 4 effect. Okay? I cannot make that any more clear. I don't like what's being said about the families and done to the families, especially by two of these creators. And we're going to review. That's what we're going to review what they've said. Okay? I don't really care what they say about Brian Koberger's guilt or innocence. Do you, boo, all day long. Go find the evidence. You're still working on it. But I'm waiting on y'all to find it. I'm busy doing other crimes too. So I like to crowdsource. When they find it, I'll be here to listen. But right now, we just get big mad at parents who come and say their piece against stuff like this, right? They got a problem with it. When the parent comes out and says, remember Kresha? Remember Kresha, our friend Kresha? Kresha Easton, difficult research? The things that she's come out here and told us and shared with us about how it feels to be a family and to be come at by a creator. The Gonzalez family feels it. So we're going to talk about it. We're going to show what they're up against and why they feel the way they do. I'm trying to get it to the right spot. I thought I had it, but it didn't. All right, let me get it pulled up here. We're going to review a little bit of this and one other person, and that'll be all we do tonight. Because I just wanted to show what's going on and why it's important that we do talk about the case. Why people are like, oh, people just don't talk about it. Make it shut up. It'll go away. Brian's stupid. Koberger's ridiculous. Y'all are crazy for entertaining it. Blah, blah, blah. All the things. The parents don't buy that. They've said it in their latest interviews of how they're having to combat all this stuff, right? Because nobody else is doing it. The pro-burgers are living, the supporters, are fine. But where's the other side, right? Where's that? So let's try to help them out. Let's try to fix it. Like, I don't know them. They ain't asked me for no help. I'm just saying it's what I feel in my heart. I got to do what's right. I'm sorry. And I'm a little sick of it. It's I can sit here and bitch about it all day, or I can point the bullshit out and warn people how to spot manipulation. Episode 2, we're going to take a deep dive at Delphi, not in the way people might think. We're going to look at people who misrepresented Delphi, like people who misrepresent Idaho 4, right? I think people got confused by my thumbnail and thought, oh, hell. I hope you stuck around if you came for that. I really do. Appreciate you. And I'm a little tired, guys. I'm not like all hyper. I'm calm because I'm tired. I've been streaming a trial and it's a little heavy. So I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling, guys. Okay. So this would be okay. I'm gonna start it here. Oh, okay. This is for review. It is what it is. All right, top left, you got Dago, true crime Dago dude. The guy on the right, I don't know him. The last 24, couldn't tell you who he is. I know who Dago is. Bottom, Jules. So I think she's got 2 channels now, reactions and all trades. That's who she is.
Last weekend.
Yes.
There's another girl going to come up. Her name is Bronx Tales. Forget her actual name, but we're going to a little bit of this, and then the next thing we're going to review is the Bronx Tales actual one of their shows, because she said something really bad that I didn't like. I was like, how dare you say that? And why trauma ain't looking at that? Like, it floors me why they're not looking at that. There's a family on all of our social mainstream media even right now, but going, oh my God, y'all. And nobody understands why they're doing that. Because they're not looking at this stuff. And we're supposed to just ignore it. I should just ignore it. Let it go. Let it go. Again, not a creator war issue. I don't give a fuck about your creator's stuff. I care about how victims are treated across the board on the internet and their families. It's sad and it's sickening.
Dude, what time did you end last night? Like 1:32?
I don't know.
2:30.
5 hours, 40 minutes. Same as last time though. So I mean, at least it was concise.
Right.
Oh shit.
How long was it?
All right, hey, talk. Let's see if it's fixed.
Hello. It is, but
Yes.
Again?
The mic's fixed. Still a little
Yeah.
bit of an echo,
Yeah.
but the mic is fixed.
yeah.
Yeah, it sounds a lot better. Okay.
We got to get you headphones, Logan. That's all.
Yeah, Dago's Dago is not going to say a word about me, and I probably should just leave it at that. He's not going to say a word about me. Are you my guy? It's best not to go there, isn't it, my guy?
There is to it.
You're freaking making me look slack on the
changed. What's
dress
going on
here.
with
I've only had to do it twice, Joe Schmo and Dago. I'm
the
saying.
world?
It's
It's
that's
burning.
the problem.
Heat
Burning.
exhaustion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So since now that you're in here too, and again, you said you had a long week. You said, Logan.
I think it's because of everything with Brian Koberger, and on top of that, then we've got all the Cy Ray stuff, and it makes you angry and it makes you specifically at him, and then it just things keep playing out in your brain like, and that happened, and then that whatever.
Yeah.
So
Everything
it
that
just
came from the one. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, unfortunately, Cy seems to have had a midlife crisis or a nervous breakdown or some shit. No.
That's rich. That's fucking rich from Dago. Damn. Sorry, y'all. I love to laugh, and I'm gonna laugh when that shit's funny. My God. Sigh. You're a conspiracy theorist, the judge said, and they got you now over here having a midlife crisis and shit.
Crazy shit's happening.
But is he just tired of hiding? Because he kind of, in my personal opinion, at this point, he kind of seems like the leaker.
Uh-oh. What's wrong with that guy? He just accused Cyree of being the leaker to the Dateline people. Cyree, are you the leaker? Because you got a lot of phone data. Oh, hell. 12 pings in the very early Dateline episode leak. Very, very early Dateline. And then it advanced to 23 pings in the next Dateline leak episode. And then the mega leak episode came. All the digital footprint of Brian Koberger, all the girls in the browser that he followed around in the browser phone history. Oh my God. The last 24, I don't know. I don't know if Cy's the leaker or not, but good theory.
That's what I've been thinking. I wonder if he's the leaker.
Oh.
The Dateline.
Oh. They've been wanting to know who did that for a long time. They was big mad about that Dateline leak because it didn't favor Brian Koberger. The Dateline leak did not favor Brian Koberger. It made him look like a deranged serial killer. They didn't like it at all. Did not approve. Demanded to know who the leaker was. Heads on a platter kind of thing.
And he made comments, direct comments that came from the Dateline, bro.
And how he looks at, especially Olivia, to me, there's a visual connection there that's just not. It's a creepy visual connection, but that's been going on for a minute. I don't know.
Some of the stuff that Steve has been saying about like, oh, why did Brian park here and look in this window? How long was he there? Blah, blah, blah. It's like kind of like the same script that Cyree is now trying to say. So when I saw them, not so much on like the Jesse Weber thing, but on the Brian Inton one, I was like, no, they've been talking for a hot minute, bro. They've been talking for a while. This is not a brand new conversation.
Well, I don't think the first time they spoke was on the air. They had a conversation pre-air. I don't know how long that's been happening. Apparently, it's not been that long. After Cyree went on social media, I think the family was like, intriguing. We need to know more. Maybe that happened, Jules. And maybe they reached out to some of their contacts. I don't know. Made it happen. And next thing we know, he's on Jesse Weber with the family, unpacking in allegedly real time all that information. Then again, on Brian Inton, maybe all that was to combat people like y'all's bullshit. Somebody's got to do it.
You know what kills me is that they talked so much shit about him back in the day, and now they're best friends. That blows my mind.
Yes.
I think it would make perfect sense. Steve is already cocky. Add that guy. That was Steve's.
Steve was heavily influenced by social media, unfortunately, telling him Cyree was a piece of shit guy. Didn't know what he was doing. Colorado case that was excluded from court. Blah, 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 blah.
My opinion, maybe his original information and why it was so flip-floppy, because look at Cy right now, how flip-floppy he's been in 2 weeks.
He's flip-floppy.
Steve had this, that, oh, that's not right. I don't know.
Makes you wonder if Cy was always working for the prosecution and just played a little game here.
Oh God, could you imagine? He was secretly working for the prosecution and he played a little game here. He might be a conspiracy theorist, y'all. We're evaluating.
See, I don't know.
I know that's
I don't even know what to
conspiracy.
think. No, not really though. But no, because we can't trust anything that man's ever done now at this point.
Right.
But what I don't understand is if he really has all of these mapped out locations, and he says in his interview with Custody Queens that the prosecution saw everything he did when he turned in his report. His report says that he looked at all of these things, including the draft and the final that the FBI put together for the cast, meaning he saw the whole bundle of bullshit. Nothing new came in to suddenly make him change his mind. So where did it come from? Why are we now all of a sudden taking away the fact that you literally have in your entire summary, nowhere between June and November can you put the deceased and his phone together? Can you find them together in the residence? Can you find them together anywhere the entire time? That's why halfway through my live last night, I just took that piece from the report and put it as my backdrop. and just moved me real tiny and just had it there the whole time.
Yeah.
Just moved me real tiny, had it there the whole time. Oh, goodness. They don't understand some of the details occasionally.
Like, F you, bro. Like, you're lying. This makes no sense.
No.
Is it possible? And this is a long shot, I think, at this point, but
At this point, it's a long shot. Okay.
is it possible that he is doing all of this, and by he I mean Cyril, he's making this hoopla and a 180-degree turn from what he had been saying this whole time? Is it on purpose so Brian Koberger has an absolute 100% out for ineffective assistance of counsel? Because this man sat next to him and did work for him, lots of work for him.
I think that's
proving
what
that he's innocent.
I think Pavarotti believes that. Go ahead,
Right.
Jules.
Oh, God. If Pavarotti believes it, man, we all better jump on board. Choo choo. Not the Pavarotti.
But when he makes a horribly public statement like, "I've been telling the whole time that this never happened to Brian," is that the prosecution didn't contact me first.
What?
That tells me that you're a bot bitch.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna.
He's a bot bitch. Cyre's a bot bitch. What's Brent Turvey? Is he a bot bitch too? What about Ann Taylor? She got paid. Was she a bot bitch too?
Do whatever side that hires you first wants you to do, and F the truth. Because there's no way that he would have stood up at trial and said, no, he was actually in that living room 5 times.
Exactly. You ain't always wrong. I'm going to tread lightly. But you're not. Yeah, Cyril, what was he going to say on the witness stand? Oh, by the way, I did review things further, Judge Hippler. It turns out I'm not a conspiracy theorist. You can wait till you see what I got, Judge. I'm going to show you I ain't no conspiracy theorist. Damn it, man.
No, he was actually following Maddie back and forth and all over the place, and they met.
Nope.
I would have never said none of that shit.
What?
He just said
Never.
a report that was filed in January. That's exactly what he was saying.
Yep.
I fully agree with you.
Also trust, and I understand what people might say, like some sort of strategy, but we've got this man coming out not only saying what he's saying, not only very specifically, but also about the weapons, and also lying about the 1129 WSU thing, and a million other things on top of not showing any receipts.
Oh yeah, we're not going to talk about that WSU car sighting, Jules. You're not wrong about that part either.
Just talking out of his
Cy is going by the PCA, I think.
ass, and then bring in the most vilely loud family on.
I got to make sure I heard that correctly. Hold on. Did she say they were the most vilely loud family? Is it going to mess up if I do it again?
That was filed in January. That's exactly what he was saying.
Yep.
I fully agree with you.
Also trust, and I understand what people might say, like some sort of strategy, but we've got this man coming out not only saying what he's saying, not only very specifically, but also about the weapons, and also lying about the 1129 WSU thing, and a million other things on top of not showing any receipts, just talking out of his ass, and then bring in the most vilely loud family onto mainstream media for the millions to watch.
What? The most vilely loud family onto mainstream media for millions to watch. Where's all them people on YouTube that's here for the victims and their families? And a lot of us sitting right here, right now, and that's uncalled for. Why? That's completely unfucking called for. Why they got to be called vile and loud? They have to be louder than the noise the pro-burgers like to make. They make a lot of noise because the algorithm has always favored Koberger didn't do it from the get-go. You could hardly find a show on YouTube that wasn't about Koberger didn't do it. And I can take you all the way back to the beginning, and shows that right now will tell you Koberger did it. didn't always think like that. Certainly did not. And also took part in putting a lot of early bullshit out without hesitation for clicks and views. And I can literally go back in time and prove it. But we won't today. I've always stood my ground.
Full ass
And
breakdown.
you know, Steve said some crazy shit.
Oh,
Steve said some crazy shit about
Bro.
programs and protocols where people just willy-nilly go grabbing DNA and selling them to
Yeah.
cops and databases. And
she ain't heard the news, y'all. Jules is uninformed. Steve Gonzalez, she's talking about Steve Gonzalez, Kaylee's father, out there talking about running around people selling their DNA and uploading the databases. Has she heard about what Othram's doing? I don't guess she got the memo about what Othram's doing over there with web sleuths building up their lawful DNA databank, right? With all those good, willing, meaning people. Jules didn't get the fucking memo. That type of thing, Jules. That kind of thing.
Hold up, we got this one that we're creating, and we just got to get a case where somebody give us a call. Give us
oh
a
my
Brian.
god! And
Brian was a
just out here
boxer.
saying this crazy stuff, and I'm like, Steve.
He's not even drunk, Jules.
I don't think so. Not like at CrimeCon.
Wow. He's not even drunk, Jules. Yeah, not like at CrimeCon. Yeah, Simi, totally talking shit. Why? If you feel like Koberger's been derailed for whatever your reasons may be, fine, support that with a great conversation about why you feel that way. Why come up here and say these families are vile? Vile for speaking to mainstream media. Steve's not drunk this time. Like they're mad because Steve did that interview. Remember we reviewed it here. He was at CrimeCon and that Bobby, whatever that guy's name was, interviewed him in the thing, and they were talking about the Koberger case and about making sure Ann didn't want to do an Alfred plea. That interview. That's what they're talking about. Steve wasn't drunk. I didn't see him drunk at CrimeCon. I didn't go, but I saw stuff. I didn't see him drunk. What are they talking about?
No.
But the only story
The defendant's an ex-addict.
that he said was the same as how Shadow Dragon has some information for ransom. So I called and left them a voicemail today.
You called Shadow Dragon, did you? You called Garrett Discovery? We can pull up a show right now where somebody interviewed Andrew Garrett from Garrett Discovery. Yeah. Steve's known about him for years, right, Jules? A couple years. That guy's always said they should have called me from the get-go. Because Brian Koberger was following those victims on his social media accounts. They should have called me from the get-go. They haven't. We're like, what the fuck? Long time ago. That's who she's talking about. Andrew Garrett from Garrett Discovery. They were not hired to work on the case. But whatever Garrett discovered when the name was dropped of Brian Koberger to the media, he went to work with his student team, apparently found some stuff, but never got a call from the prosecution. They assumed whoever they hired would also find the stuff. My understanding, the parents have the stuff.
Oh, I did. I recorded it.
Oh God, yes.
Up.
I found their number because the only thing that they had on their website.
I love living in Texas, huh?
Yeah, I can record anything as long as I'm right here and I know my damn laws here. I can do whatever the hell I want to do.
Nothing about Steve or Christy indicated they may be having a buzz. Nothing. Pro burgers don't. All the people got to do is show their face. They're going to start throwing shade at them, right? Nothing about their behavior to me indicated they even had a drink of alcohol at all. And so what if they did? They're fucking adults at the crime con. If they want a beer or a glass of wine, have at it. right? Get over it. What are y'all sipping? And two of them sipping on cups right now. Are they sipping on gin and juice? Are they sipping on? I think Turvey was. I think Topsy Tipsy Turvey was sipping on gin and juice. Oh,
So I looked for their number
she got the nervous cough like Lauren. Jules got the nervous cough like Lauren.
because on their website they have like a contact me form, but if you have a Gmail address, you can't freaking send a form. They won't reply to a Gmail. Bougie ass little biatches. Okay.
Oh,
So then I
Nice.
left a voicemail on their number that they have listed for their company, and basically just was like,
he did two, Holly, that I'm aware of. One with Forensic Frenzy, and then he did one with Drunk Turkey. After the one with Forensic Frenzy, he might have done two with Drunk Turkey.
this is what's being said, and I'm just looking for a statement.
If they're still up, probably are.
Because this is a statement being made very publicly in front of hundreds of thousands of people by the father of a murder victim, and it's directed at your company, claiming that you are holding information that proves that Brian Koberger is guilty. Ransom, that's the word he's using, and I'm just looking for a statement. So I'm waiting to see if they respond. We'll see what happens.
I can't wait to hear the answer to that one.
Well, they got back when Forensic Frenzy reached out. They got right back. They got back to her. So Jules has got a shot.
Yeah.
And now,
We'll see
I know he's
Yeah, it was Jasmine.
lost his mind at this point.
Yeah. You had to have
The
gone to him.
statement today was so stupid. I mean, myself, I was up, and I know boxing very well. Jesse Schul, Jesse deals with sports online.
He also knows he was a EMT at one time or another. No, take that back. Misinformation, inaccurate reporting. Volunteer fireman? And a boxer now? Okay. Got a boxer too. Alrighty. Brian Koberger did attend boxing in Pennsylvania. And that instructor was coming to testify. And there was allegedly a boxing video coming in. Huh? Of Koberger, according to Cy, throwing down. The I think this went down on Jules' channel. Bottom right is Jules of All Trades or Jules True Crime Reactions, one of the two, or both. And then the girl on the left's girl named Bronx Tales. I didn't know who she was till recently. She was never around back in the day. But Jules was. And so was Dago, top left. The last 24, he may have come along in the last 24 for all I know.
On his channel.
Yeah.
Dylan has a sports channel. Sarge used to be a boxer. Every one of us are sitting there when he makes this whole.
God, no, not Sarge. Is Sarge still around? Not the Sarge. Sarge is he's a character. Me and that man go way back. He called me a bitch one time on an open panel. He sure did, didn't he, Dago? Even Cluminati was like, "Dawg, dude, nah, fuck that." Her husband too. They were like, "Nah, fuck that, Sarge. What was that? I was uncalled for." Because I didn't fit the narrative. I never did. It's okay. I came right back at him. I'm not afraid of the Sarge, you old bastard.
Thing he's doing. 162 punches per minute. No fucking way. No way. Okay, it's not even possible. And you're gonna believe this guy that has dyspraxia and all these other issues do it. Even after he said it was said that
Brian's got the dyspraxia and all these other issues.
Brian mostly went to the gym for socialization, not for boxing.
He went to the gym for socialization, not for boxing. I thought he went and read The Handmaid's Tales with all those ladies for socializing. I'm not really sure what he was doing there. Was that an AI photo all that time? What the fuck's Koberger doing in a room full of women reading The Handmaid's Tales? He didn't even like the ladies. He was mad at them. Oh, was he surveilling? Picking them out from in the... Oh my God. I gotta stop thinking.
Come on, dude.
Well, okay, so this isn't anything I've ever asked Melissa about. This is just how I've like taken the information that we've sort of gotten so far.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Okay.
Around the time of like the weight loss and trying to kick the H habit is around the time that the boxing thing happened.
When Brian lost all that weight and kicked the H habit, yeah.
Yeah.
He'd already been diagnosed with dyspraxia and, all
Yeah.
these other things.
When he got diagnosed is in the document, because Ann's got tall tales about all that. Taylor, tall tale, tall tale, tall tale, and tall tale Taylor.
We know that the guy that owned the gym was on the witness list for trial, and he'd also done an interview.
Yes.
And he also talked to James Patterson, and his story seems to be pretty consistent, that what Brian was doing was more of a men's mental health type program that he had put together for young teens and young men, and that it had.
Look how they speak about him. What? Okay, I get it. We want to be nice. But it's the description of this guy that blows me away. That's not who Brian. That's not. They're not describing Brian Koberger from what we know about Brian Koberger, which is very little, granted. But what we do know that he was very awkward, but he still tried.
Nothing to do with strength training or anything. It was literally
Right.
like mental health, being rhythmic. And a big thing that I also got from a lot of comments from people on pretty much like everywhere that we're talking about this, when we saw his Strava thing and found that he was a runner, people started like acting like that was a big deal. And so many people in the, I guess, the group of people that have dyspraxia and have like all these mobility issues, they're like, running is all we can do. We can't play freaking basketball. We can't do anything where you have to target or try to have any sort of balance that's going to matter. All we can.
No balance that's gonna matter. We can run, but we can't jump. What? We can run, but we can't throw hands. We can't play the basketball, we'll fall down, but we can run. So Koberger did have a Strava account, and he did like to run. Strength training, agility, right? All the things. Plus, you got the boxing going on. Plus, the dude liked to hike. It shows the guy was athletic once he did lose the weight and kick his little habit that he had. He appeared to be in shape finally and was active and doing all these things. He needed to get in physical shape to act upon those thoughts in his mind.
Can do is do cardio. All we can do is run. Like that's what we all do basically. I mean, there was comments like that everywhere.
We do. Do we all run? Do we really all run?
So it just seemed like the more stuff that came out, the more that for the things that are different to us when it comes to Brian, for the way that he behaved in those things was normal. So what are we supposed to? I mean, I don't know what they would have actually done if the real truth got put out there, because at the end of everything was pretty much just normal.
Yeah.
There was a comment in chat a few minutes ago, and they were like, I'm really surprised that people on the prosecution side didn't bring up this whole boxing thing and like absolutely run with it.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we didn't hear more about it, honestly.
Well, Steve also said it was an author that said something to him about this video.
Okay, we're going to stop this one and go to the next thing, because if you go to her channel, though, she's got a couple of lives where she just kind of like really goes in hard at the Gonzalez, and it didn't just start. Like, it's been going on for 2 years. And Dago's just as bad. They always have been. And I never understood it. Me like, dude, I was like, dude, that's their daughter. They can feel the way they want to feel, right? It doesn't make or break the case. But their theory over here in Proberger land, some of them, one of them on screen, the family knows the truth and they're willing to play along and cover it up. That's ridiculous. And that's what they put out to the masses, right? That's the kind of stuff people hear when they tune into their channels. This family absolutely knows Koberger didn't do it, and they're willing to play along. And now they're becoming celebrities. So yeah, I heard it with my own ears. Now they're becoming celebrities over what their tragedy, right? They're trying to make Koberger a celebrity. Not the family, but the supporters. They always have been. It's always been about making Koberger the celebrity. To hell with the victims, to hell with those families. It's about this guy done wrong. And maybe he was to some extent constitutionally. I don't know yet. I haven't got that far. I can't figure it out. But there's no reason to go after the families like that. None whatsoever. None. Absolutely none. And I can't I don't know. I can't figure it out. Like why the internet tunes into certain things and turns off certain things, why certain things are more important to go point out and cover than others. I don't know what the difference is. So those who tune in to listen, at least try to understand where the families are sitting. 'Cause it's easy to just blow all this off and the supporters off, but the family don't get that option, y'all. They've never had that option. The daughters couldn't even, Kaylee's siblings could barely get on TikTok without seeing an onslaught of pro burgers. And that's their sister, man. It's fucking horrible. Okay. Now, okay, right here. All right, we're about to review this interview in just a minute. It's an important interview, and then we're going to be done for the night because we do got a trial to cover tomorrow. And mods, they're here. I think Rachel, Simi, and Forrest. I think y'all are all here. 9:30 tomorrow, maybe 10. Right? We'll see how it goes. Probably 9:30. But anyway, we're going to review this interview in a minute with What is it? Emily Pednault. Emily Pednault. She's WSU professor. Brian Koberger's professor. We knew about her interview in a report, right? We knew she had said certain things in that report that were wild. Now we have the actual interview. But that Bronx Tales girl, all right, the bottom left from a while ago, a little blonde, let's hear what she's got to say in this one spot while she's reviewing this interview with a WSU professor. And there's a Brian Koberger supporter account also reviewing this interview tonight as well. So again, if you can, hit the thumbs up to get both views into the atmosphere. We'll call it the atmosphere. Okay, let me get this up. Yeah, I know Sirius. I know his history. I could tell it to you. He broke into several houses, including the house next door twice, including his other friend's house where he climbed up in the tree and dropped his little Reese cup wrappers to the ground. He went in that house and stole those coins from that man. Yeah, he was trying to hone in on his peeping Tom skills, went to next level to breaking and entering, which, Sirius, is interesting when you hear the interview, right? You'll see why. Stick around. You'll see why. Let's review this little tiny piece right here. Little tiny piece. And hear what this babbling girl's got to say. It's wild.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So the week right after the murders, he was not in my class. He sent me an email about not being there. The paper he wrote for that class is about burglary. So I don't know if there is something in there, and I know it's part of the stuff that I'm preparing and turning over.
And that includes the email?
Yes.
He sent to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Why is she preparing to turn stuff over like an assignment that he did? Why? It's like she's trying to make it look like, oh, he just wrote this on his own free will because those were the thoughts in his head and he used it as a journal, and now we've got the thoughts from his head that he willingly wrote. It's a dang assignment. You told him a topic and to do the assignment on that topic. So he did, and now you're gathering that information and that assignment to turn it in.
Maybe she should have continued to listen before she spoke. And when she hears it, if she actually heard it, she doesn't say a word. Wait for it.
Girl, what?
And that paper that he wrote will be part of that as well?
Yeah, because it was FERPA protected, but now that there's a warrant for it. And
It was protected. He's a teacher. That's his assignments. He's a student. That was protected. Now there's a warrant for it. They had a warrant for all that information that she's about to turn over that she was preparing to them per the warrant. And old girl over here, she's going to gloss right over that part here in just a second.
again, like I don't have all the details. There might be something in there that's helpful. Like, I don't know.
See, she don't even say a word about it. She's going to send all his work, his thoughts, and his mind, blah, blah, blah. Y'all heard her. She's gathering all that to turn over. Honey, she had a warrant for it, baby girl. She had a warrant. They had a warrant.
Okay.
So I think that for me, that paper is relevant. The absence right after. And I also saw him, I was covering for another faculty for a Tuesday class right the week after the murder as well. And he was really, really late that Tuesday class. So.
Okay.
I can't remember which day it was, but
Okay. Teacher just describes he's late for class, didn't come to class on the Tuesday. Now, this girl's response kind of blew me away, honestly, considering everything that happened. The victims and what people were probably feeling and thinking, and who Brian Koberger is, what he did. This was her response to why he didn't come to class.
didn't he have a doctor's appointment in the morning one of those days? It might have been Tuesday, and that's why he was late. But I find it really interesting that she's not giving him any grace when I'm sure tons of people called into school because there was just a quadruple freaking homicide. I'm sure lots of people were sleeping with one or two eyes open and not sleeping at all. Why can't he be part of that? Why is it only one way for him and that's it? He's allowed to call in as well. It was also about to be break time. His dad was coming in. I mean, he could have been sick. Is he not allowed to get sick?
He was the killer. I don't think he was concerned about sleeping with one motherfucking eye open, excuse my language. The teacher says he didn't come to class that day, and this girl says, well, nobody probably did. That floored me. Everybody's scared. Everybody was calling out that day. Everybody has the right to do that. Everybody, honey, he was the killer. What's wrong with these people? I mean, if she's convinced he's not the killer, then I guess, okay, I guess. I don't know. That's fucking weird. That's odd shit to say. That right there floored me away. She's not worth watching, y'all. You're not going to learn anything out of that channel. But the way they throw shade at the case and at all of it and the families, right? And they dig in on it and why they can't let that stuff go. If you really got facts to back up your opinion about the case, then do just that and leave it at that. But we don't leave it at that. It's wild. So when you wonder why the G's may say some of the things they do, because they know what's being said out there about their children and about the defendant who murdered the children, the girls and their friends, Maddie and Kaylee and Xana and Ethan. All right, that little bit of that interview you guys saw is kind of wild. Now, we've done shows here and we've talked about the big lawsuit against WSU and their role, if any, in whatever was going on with Koberger. We know from prior documents there were complaints, a dozen plus complaints against Brian Koberger from WSU. There was a lot going on. There was a disciplinary thing happening. That was a lot. She elaborates on that in this audio recording. It gets a little wild. So I was having a conversation the other day with somebody about WSU's role, if any. Failure to report the car, which people are still arguing with me about that. But I'm going by what the chief said. We didn't tell them about the car. So I'm like, okay, is he just mistaken? He didn't really know the truth that they really did, but hell, he's coming out here balls to the wall saying they didn't. Someone take his word for it today. What other failures could they have possibly had over there, if any? And I said, well, I wonder, it felt like they were really getting a lot of complaints about this guy. Yeah, but I understand they can't just say, get out of here, Brian Koberger. Fire the guy, right? You can't just say, go away. There's laws that apply. He has his rights and all the school protection and all the things. You don't need a lawsuit against this big university. Well, I still didn't care. I felt like I said they dropped the ball. Point blank. That was where I stood on it. And then I watched this right after that conversation. Hold on. Let me pull it up. A little 5-minute thing. And then we'll go to the, oh goodness. We'll go to the interview. Okay. All right. And I based what I was thinking out of reading the WSU documents, right? I know what I saw in the Idaho documents about WSU, but reading from the lawsuit document, I was like, damn, WSU, what are you doing? Okay, so over there. Okay, I've showed you guys videos before of, for fuck's sake, Viviana, the way she'll go at the pro, but she's really the only one that'll call him out. All right, she threw this up, and it was in reference to this interview, right? And it was after my conversation about what culpability does a WSU have in this. Like, I can't say they don't have any. I've got questions. So does Viviana, and she attended WSU.
So yesterday, one of the interviews with a WSU professor of inmate 163214 was released. Professor Amelie Pednout, not sure if I'm pronouncing her last name correctly, but she was one of his PhD criminal justice professors. And the interview was pretty jarring. And I don't think it's going to bode very well for WSU's defense in the civil suit, because she had a lot of red flags going off about him when he was her student. So I'm going to play a segment from that interview.
Had a faculty meeting right before the Christmas break, at which time we did not know any of this. And we discussed every single one of our grad students. And he was the one that took the most time because he was highly problematic. And here's what I told my colleagues. I told them, he is smart enough that in 4 years we will have to give him a PhD. Like, he was not failing. He was not doing great, but he was like academically where you would expect a first-year PhD student to be. But I said, mark my word, I work with predators. If we give him a PhD, that's the guy that in that many years when he's a professor, we will hear is harassing, stalking, and sexually abusing of his, I thought would be his students at wherever university he ended. Because there was a performance issue in terms of TAing, a couple of us made the argument that that was the time to cut his funding and get him out, because otherwise he was smart. I think that's probably the closest I can say to what my appraisal was of him as a person before we knew any of this. No. I thought he was a different type of creep. I really kind of missed it in that lens, but he was stalking people. Like, and my
Damn. This lady is she's smart. We've looked her up before. Like I said, we people who have looked in the documents and saw who's going to be doing what. Anyway, she is a professor at WSU in the criminology department, and she does work with predators. She writes the papers, all the things, right? She had him pegged, and she tells a whole lot more. And we're going to review the whole interview, right? She had him pegged, but like she said, she got that one part wrong in the lens about what type of predator he actually was, because she said, and we had read it in a previous document. It's the first time we've heard her say it. If we give this guy a degree in 4 years, he will be a future predator at whatever college he lands. She said that, and we're like, damn, the criminology professor said it about him? That's not good. Not good at all.
thing was like, if we give him a PhD and he gets to be a professor, can you imagine what being a student of him would look like?
He was late or absent for any class taught by a female professor, including her, but was always on time for the classes taught by the men. He had a lot of issues being demonstrated that made her feel there was a problem. Now, there is a content creator I do need to address. I call these people the usual nuts because they are the conspiracy nuts, the unethical content creators. And one of them today just made me so angry when I heard this comment because she was discussing this professor's interview. So I'm going to play a clip for you and then I'm going to address it.
Not form a committee, as in no one will share your dissertation, which I would have been. We can kick him out this way as well.
So you're reviewing the same girl. All right, Viviana's been around for a hot minute. She will call out these people in a heartbeat when it comes to Idaho 4. She's always will drop videos and drop the knowledge. So, yeah, you can go watch her stuff. She'll call them out in a heartbeat.
Well, and I said,
This is so wrong. If she is refusing to share his dissertation, that means he cannot become a doctor. That means he cannot become a PhD. You have to have and do a dissertation before you get your PhD. She is doing everything she can to stomp out his dream, to stomp out all the years and years and years of work he has put into becoming a PhD. She is trying to stop that and ruin that for him on purpose. Do you know how much work he's put into this? Have you ever had one single person in your life that seems to put up a brick wall to every good thing you're trying to do in your life?
So yeah, I get irritated, as you know, with a lot of these content creators and their bullshit. But this one really, really upset me. World's tiniest violin for you, Logan. I don't give a shit that this professor was trying to put up a brick wall and
Is that her name, Logan? I didn't know. I just know the Bronx Tales.
Stop him from getting his PhD. Okay, to stop him from everything he was working for. Because you know why? He put up a permanent brick wall that stopped Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan forever achieving anything they were working for.
Oh.
They will never get married. They will never have children. They will never be grandparents. They will never have career success because the man you're defending, well, I don't even want to call him a man, a fucking piece of shit, took that away from him. Took it away from them permanently. He put up a permanent brick wall. So excuse me, if I don't get upset that the one professor at WSU that was trying to do the right thing and kick him out of the program was putting up a brick wall. Okay? Cry me a fucking river.
Oh, yes.
I cannot understand the people defending this piece of shit. And, oh, she's trying to put up a brick wall to stop him from getting his PhD. He permanently put up a brick wall in front of the lives of 4 beautiful young people. And WSU, being my alma mater, deeply upsets me as well. Because they had a duty to protect the female students and the greater community. And it appears this professor was the only one with the guts to say something. And the rest of them just swept it under the rug. Now, I don't know what the full disclosure is going to look like during this lawsuit, but right now it's not looking very good for WSU.
Damn, Viviana. Yes, ma'am. We're here for it. Thank you for dropping her link, Sir Forrest, our voice of reason. We like her. We are fans of Viviana's around here. We are. I'm not the only one that's irritated with that little Logan Bronx Tales semi. I'll say it. The Bronx Tales bimbo. It's like Mama was saying, be nice now. Don't be called one of them bully ladies on the internet. Because when they dub you a bully, then nothing you say is supposed to make sense after that, right? You're just a bully on the internet. Well, I come with kindness. I'm not a bully. I come with facts versus fiction. So I'm not a bully today. Y'all notice I'm not being a bully tonight? I threw shade earlier in the show, especially at Stefan Stearns. Okay, let's pull up this professor's video because it's getting late. We're all tired and stuff. We want to stay awake and go, what in the hell does that woman just say? Like, what? What's happening in this alternate universe in which we live in? Okay. Yeah, so that was the Bronx Tales girl. Earlier it was Jules, True Crimes Reactions, and Dago. And again, the Bronx Tales girls was there with them. Then you got the Custody Queen girls, and you got that Devil's Advocate guy. I got his short video. I made a short about him. He was big mad that he said the Gonzalez family was jet setting all over the place, becoming celebrities. He wasn't going to watch their NBC News thing because he wasn't going to watch them jet set and be celebrities. Like, you fucking piece of shit. Vile piece of shit. You vile loudmouth. Like Jules said, it was vile and loud. She just had it backwards. She had it backwards as to who it was. Okay, here we go. When this was done January 30th, guys, 2023. So the crimes happened November 13th, 2022. This interview takes place with Emily Pednault, the professor at here. Let me actually do this. So yeah, the murders are November 13th, and then this is January 30th. And they already put warrants in. We heard that in the interview. Well, you'll hear it. They put the warrants in, and she was preparing the information, right, that they were wanting, records pertaining to Brian Kohberger. And I guess she decides to talk to them, or asked to talk to them. She goes in to speak to them. She is an associate professor of criminal justice criminology at WSU. She researches SA offending. I gotta say it the way I gotta say it. I'm just gonna say it. Sexual offending, decision making, and situational crime prevention. She earned her PhD in criminology from Simon Fraser University in 2015, completed a doctoral research at the Center for Research of SA Violence, holds an MS in Justice Studies from San Jose University, and LLB in Law in University of somewhere. What? University-Sherbrooke? I don't know. Her research and focuses on, she examines the criminal mobility decision-making patterns of SA offenders and crime prevention. Published, that makes sense because something she says in this interview. We'll get to it. Published studies of vulnerability factors and risk context regarding SA violence. God, it's kind of making sense. Okay, that's who she is. And she was a professor, a teacher of Brian Kohberger's, and note, she's female. Okay? All right, when I first start this, I'm going to mute out and go to the restroom real quick, and walk out back real quick, but I'll be in chat because there's going to be a couple things she says that we got to chat about. Y'all know me, I got to chat. I can't help myself. But I'll be right back. Let's start letting her play. So she goes in for her interview, and here's what she has to say.
So as I said, I'm Detective O'Hara. I'm here with Detective Jake Schwecke. And would you state your name and spell it for us? Okay, and what is your position here with the university?
I'm an assistant professor in the Department of.
And we had in our notes that you had requested to talk to an investigator.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, before we get into that, how long have you been working with the university? Okay.
Not I think. I'm not sure how many years that means.
Totally get it. Okay. Awesome. Have you been in this position the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. In this position, I've never taken any criminal justice classes or any criminology, so you have to bear with me on some of this stuff.
Yes.
How much face-to-face contact do you have with the students?
Now that we're back, like we have, especially grad students, like we see them for 3 hours every week in class.
Okay.
And then there's office hours that they can drop by and talk to us if they want.
Okay. And what classes are you professor for? Like, what do you teach?
So I teach a lot of the boring stuff, so like methods and stats.
Okay.
But my area of specialty is sexual violence, and I do teach a sexual violence class at the undergraduate level, though.
Okay. You said at the undergraduate level as well?
Yes.
Okay.
In the grad program, mostly just methods and stats.
And I'm assuming you've followed the well, you know that our suspect is Brian Koberger.
Yeah.
Did you have a significant amount of contact with
Yes.
Koberger within because as far as I understand, he was only around for this one semester. Is that correct? The fall
Yes,
of
that's
2022?
true. Yeah.
Okay. So when did you first have contact with him?
I would say the first week of class, so my class was on Thursdays, and I guess the Monday was the 22nd, so maybe August 26th or something like that.
Okay. And was that in a class setting, or was that like an
Yes.
orientation meeting, or?
So there was a barbecue at the beginning that I didn't go to, so.
Okay.
But yeah, so I saw him for the first time in the class.
Okay. And what class was that?
Research methods.
Okay. Was he in your stats class or?
So the stats was for more advanced. Sexual violence, I'm teaching it now, but he did request to be in it.
Okay. So the only class you had with Koberger was for methods?
Yes.
Okay. I guess tell me about that first interaction you had with him.
It was the first day. I think everyone was a little bit stressed.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I would say nothing stands out much other than wanting to dominate the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, do you mind if I interrupt for a second?
No, go ahead.
Just in thinking this, because we don't know why you wanted to talk to us,
Yeah.
can we just start off with what she wanted to come in and talk to us about, and then we'll go back down our line of questioning?
absolutely.
Why don't you tell us what you have for us, and that might lead to more questions.
Well, my understanding, and I just want to clarify this, now that there's been a warrant served, I can talk about FERPA stuff now, right? Is that true?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So the week right after the murders, he was not in my class. He sent me an email about not being there. The paper he wrote for that class is about burglary. So I don't know if there is something in there, and I know it's part of the stuff that I'm preparing and turning over.
And that includes the email that he
Yes.
sent to you?
Yes.
Okay.
And that paper that he wrote will be part of that as well?
Yeah, because it was FERPA protected, but now that there's a warrant for it. And again, like, I don't have all the details. There might be something in there that's helpful, like, I don't know.
Okay.
So I think that for me that paper is relevant. The absence right after, and I also saw him. I was covering for another faculty for a Tuesday class, right the week after the murder as well, and he was really, really late that Tuesday class. So.
Okay. Is there anything else that stood out to you?
I think it was pre-murders. I'm not sure. He had something on his hands, and I asked him about it, and he gave me. But I think it was pre. Like, I don't remember. I didn't note. But he saw me looking at his hand, and he said, "Oh, you're probably wondering what this is." And he gave me it was a silly accident, and then completely flushed when he explained what happened to his hand.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
Again, I remember kind of late semester, but that could have been beginning of November.
Okay.
But I remember like he was a big double, the two middle, and he had big band-aids, and he said something, and I don't remember what he said, but it was something about it happened indoors, and I remember thinking that didn't happen indoors because it looked like, you know, when you scrape on asphalt, like, and it was, anyways. But that's probably nothing.
Right hand, left hand, you remember?
Yes.
So on right hand, and when you were saying the two middle fingers, which ones are you pointing at?
These two.
Okay.
Like the longest.
So right next to your pinky.
Yes.
And then your middle index finger.
And for
Okay.
2 weeks he had
Not
band-aids.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it. The other things is I can talk to you about how he was in classes, and
Yeah, I
he
mean,
didn't like very much strong females, if you want my opinion.
okay. Yeah, I mean, what was his interaction like in the class? So how did he interact with other students? How did he interact with you?
So it was he wanted to dominate the conversation. He would systematically be late to my class, like every week. To the point where 1 week he wasn't, and I just looked at him and was like, "Hey, you're not late today." And he just did the awkward laughing type of thing. He cornered me after the very first week. He cornered me because I had not given him 100% on participation for that week in the hall. And many people heard that.
Okay.
So, but it was just, and I do think though that he learned that I was not reacting to this very well. And my feeling was by the end of class, like I would deliberately not call on him because he would always be like, and even thinking that he should be the professor and assigning who should talk instead of me doing that. So
She has a lot of insight into this guy, right? Only got to know him for a few months, obviously, when the semester started to the time of the murders. When he left to go back to home for the holidays or whatever. But she had him clocked. She was clocking this guy, and there was more. There's more to come in this interview. Just wait. Some of it does sound familiar. Well, we have the written report, right, Simi, where she has said this stuff. So we've had it for quite a while, that her statement in the written report. But now we have the actual audio interview. So it wasn't in the lawsuit. No, it was in part. It may have been part of the lawsuit as well, Simi. We've read so many documents here, you know what I mean? But I feel like it was also in the discovery released by the ISP. I want to say it was in a document in there. Yeah, Holly, with the information she's talking about, though, it has been out there for a minute, right? And like I said, we have the written report, but now we have her audio. But she's got some pretty wild insight into the guy. Anyway, it gets worse.
but he kind of learned and was more like contained, I would say, by the end of class.
Okay. So when you say you would deliberately not call on him. In your class, is it open for dialogue?
Yes, that's a seminar, right? So we're all in circle and we talk, kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you would just deliberately not call on him because why? What was the reason?
Because first he always wanted to talk, but like go on these monologues and then correct other, like I can do the correcting if there needs to be, like things like this.
Okay. So in that, is it more of like it's open for questions, or is it more for the students to state their opinions?
Yeah.
And would he, I guess, how would he present his opinions or his ideas?
At first, I would say kind of more, this is it. And I would say in terms of research methods, which was a topic, right? There's place to argue a different way of collecting that same information. So, yes, but he knew better. And of course, this is secondhand, but one of my students, well, obviously I'm not American and I have an accent, but one of my students texted me that because I'm a foreigner, he knew better, and he was telling that to other students.
We'd heard that too. He'd made fun of her because she was a foreigner. We had heard that. We have also heard from Professor Snyder, is that his name? A male professor out there at WSU. He had concerns as well, and he was voicing his concerns. And he also went into a bar and talked to like this regular bar he used to go to. And he even mentions to the bartender and her boyfriend about this guy at school. It was Brian Koberger. That's all in the documents, y'all, when they interviewed him. It's wild.
So would it be fair to say that...
Now there's a big WSU lawsuit. It wasn't on these professors. They were trying to act. You're going to hear it, how they were trying to act.
He would state his opinions as statements of fact rather than just his opinion of how things should be done?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever notice any interactions between him and other students that would be unfavorable? Or either way. Either way. So,
and I think I need to protect FERPA for the other students. I won't name names, but
absolutely.
I'm aware of, because I was in I'm not the only faculty that has an office downstairs, but I'm the only one that was there this fall that has an office. So Brian's office was there and all the new students. But one day, another grad student came running, crying, like tears streaming, and told me that she had left class because of an interaction with Brian.
Okay. Did she describe that interaction to you?
Yes, but I'm going to be heavily paraphrasing. Like something like he said something that was very sexist, I guess, and she called him out on mansplaining.
Okay.
And then he dug his heels and kept to the point where she felt she needed to stand up and leave the room.
So the female student accuses him of mansplaining, and he digs in and goes at her to the point she becomes so upset she has to leave the room. You know, bless her heart. Got this big 6-foot-tall guy coming down at you, you know, dominating the room with his conversation. Wow. That was also in the report we'd already heard.
Okay.
And thank you. Yes, thank you, Forrest, for dropping that link. Appreciate you.
Was he aggressive toward her then with that interaction?
I don't know about that.
You didn't actually see.
And I'm not familiar with the channel who put this out, but they do say in the credits, they give credit to Connor. Now, Connor is an account that's been releasing a lot of FOIA stuff. A lot of the body cam footage is all coming from the Connor channel. And that's apparently, I'm sure he'll have his own, I'm sure he'll drop it on his channel as well, but for some reason this channel got it. I don't know.
The interaction. No. This was her coming out of the room crying and came down to where your office was at.
And where her office was. And but I saw her, like, so I just quickly checked in. And
you said this was a graduate student of the criminal justice program?
Yes.
Okay. it's likely, I'm not going to ask you to name any names, but it is very likely that we've talked to her already because there's a vast number of the criminology and criminal justice grad students that we've talked to already.
Yeah.
So
if we're not getting the name, would you mind reaching out to this student and verifying she has been interviewed? And if she hasn't, we would definitely be interested in contacting her or having her contact us.
Okay.
And directly getting that information.
Yes.
And you're welcome to, I mean, the cell number that I texted you on, that's my work phone. You're welcome to give her that number and my information if she hasn't been contacted and she would like to have an interview with us.
I will do that.
Is there any other interactions with students that you can recollect? Positive or negative?
That I guess, because I was the only one downstairs, I will say that I got a lot of stories.
Okay.
But you need me to have witnessed it, right?
Not necessarily. Secondhand information is useful as well. So.
Okay. So we have. So, I heard a lot of stories. Let me think.
Wow. A lot of stories about, and this guy, this is all going on fast, y'all. He came there in July. By November, he's committed quadruple homicide. And in between that time, he's running amok over there at WSU. And stories are developing about this guy. It's wild. Just got away from mother for the first time in his life. On his own. For the first time ever. And look what happened.
Think through. So one of them, we have a student, and I'm not going to name them, but I think giving the characteristics might identify them, but they're both. And it was, Brian told her to her face that he needed his partner to be physically perfect and it would not be okay. Like things like this.
He needed his next partner to be perfect physically. That's what Brian Koberger was telling the people at school. My next partner will be perfect, physically perfect. Like, this guy is wild. Koberger, I always knew was wild, right? And that perfectness he wanted. What girl, was it really the one girl you honed in on that appeared to be the perfect girl? Or was it 5 possible perfect girls in the house helped make the final decision? Where she lived. How easily could I access that home? What are my odds of getting caught at that particular location? That's the kind of stuff he was studying and clocking. Methods much in her class about methods?
I have lots of stories like this, but not a lot of them were said like in front of me.
Okay. Yeah, and that's fine.
But I was kind of the point of contact where a student would come in my office, recall the story, and I would go and talk to me about it and what we could do.
Okay. Yeah, and like I said, anything that you can remember, even if it is secondhand, you just heard it.
Okay.
That all helps us because it kind of helps corroborate other stories that we've already heard or potentially new leads that we need to follow up on. So, whatever you can remember, and again, like I said, positive or negative, if there's anything either way that really stood out to you, that's all helpful information for us.
One of my students had a positive interaction, and he was and he said something to her, "Oh, I could never understand like what your experience is like." That's literally the one positive story I heard.
Okay. So out of all of the stories that you recollect, there's only one positive that you remember.
Wow. There's only one positive story to remember about Brian Koberger? How many supporters are going to call her a liar? Now she's part of the conspiracy. She's got it in for the Koberger guy. She's gathering all the information and turning it over. So who decided to plant everything on Koberger? Have they picked a person yet?
Are there any positive interactions that you had with him personally?
So I think Brian's research interests were very, very much aligned with mine. And I will say we've had lots of conversation about that. So,
Oh, yeah. Now, his particular interests of study aligned with hers. And they had many conversations about that. And she's going to say something very interesting about that. Koberger thought he knew more than the books. And he probably did.
you know, he kept saying that he wanted to study emotions and decision makings. Like, I've done that research, but for sex offenders. So I don't want to say it was positive, but it was, regular, collegial, professor with a grad student talking about what it means and like what kind of insight we're having. So I had a lot of it, and he read like a lot of my research. I know when he had to do a paper on another class about a faculty, he picked one of my papers. Like, my feeling is that he wanted to work with me, but he never formally asked.
Okay. Can you recall any of the other stories that you heard of students in your, that you overheard in your office, or students that came to you directly that wanted to share an interaction
He picked her paper. He was critiquing her work.
with you?
I'm trying to. So there was this. He said something homophobic. I classified it as homophobic. I don't remember what the story was.
Okay.
Oh, and I was asked that again. I was asked by staff because I'm at long hours at the office kind of thing, like mostly 8 to 5 every day, and I'm one of the only professors that does this. But I was asked to check in on the work study because Brian was like harassing her. So if maybe some nights I could help walk her out or something like this.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, these ones I witnessed a couple of times. I don't know why I forgot about this, but the grad student office that's right in front of mine had some of the female grad students that he was interested to, I would think. And he would go in there and block the door. And every now and then I would hear, "I really need to get out of here," by one of the students. And I would kind of step out of my office, go and like literally make my way to let them. Because one of the complaints was that he wouldn't let people leave.
And that was in the document that we read, the reports, that he would block the door, stand there and block it, or people couldn't come out of the room. Like, why would you do that? That's like a show of force. Like, you're not getting past me. That's weird.
Like, he would physically block the door when they were having conversations.
Like, trying to be intimidating?
Okay. And even at a statement, "I need to leave," or "I need to get out of here," you wouldn't leave. You would just try to continue to force that conversation.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else?
I think that's it.
Okay. Is there anything that you can think of for us that might be beneficial to this investigation?
It's only the paper, and again, I don't have all the. Like, I will. It's for to be scanned later this afternoon. So it will be turned over. I don't know if maybe there's something in that paper.
Okay.
Yeah. He really wanted to study burglars. Like, and again, my research started with my first 2 years of my research was studying sexual burglary, so people that break into houses for sexual purposes. Mm-hmm. And he was very against sex offenders. I don't even know how to explain it. And I kept saying, "Okay, Brian, but those are the same principles, right? They are human beings, and yeah, the emotions might be a little bit different, but if you did if you think about it, and also if you look at the research on, other types of burglars, the excitement is still a very strong factor. And it would always no, it's not the same as a sex offender type thing. Like, he really did not want sex offenders. And I remember being, okay, that's intense, as not a sex offender.
Okay. And when you're saying he was against sex offenders, what do you mean by that?
He was, academically, he was very intent that regular burglars had nothing to do with sex offender who commit burglaries.
Okay.
He was argumentative with her about her theories, because some of these criminologists believe that a burglary would involve an essay type of thing. Koberger's begging to differ with her, and he's probably not wrong. What do I know? I'm not a criminologist. But a burglary to rob your items, I got to dig into her theory better, what she thinks about that. But to me, in my mind, in my simple mind, regular old mind here, a burglary to steal your items and a burglary to commit SA are very different. My motive is different. My intent is different. What I want when I go in there is different. See? So, I don't know. Was Koberger just pushing back? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's interesting what he's studying, though, right? And his thoughts on it. That's what I'm clocking.
It was a completely different motivation, I've been thinking about this a lot in light of things, is what I would say.
Okay. Did he have a specific, I guess my question is, did he have a specific stance on sex offenders as a whole, or just as it pertains to the methods of burglary?
I would say just as it pertains to the methods of burglary, yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that he was always late to your class. What was how late would he usually show up? Anytime
from at least 10 minutes that it would be noticeable to an hour, I think, once. But then he showed up with a note from his supervisor, I think.
He showed up with a note in college from a supervisor. What supervisor?
Saying, oh, there was an exam review. I don't know. I have.
Oh, his TA position.
The note. I will turn it over as well.
Okay. So as far as his class schedule is concerned, are you aware of the distance that it might have been between where he would have been previous to your class? Did he have a class that was previous to yours, or you don't know?
No.
Specifically his class schedule for the days that your class was?
No, and it would have been, so all the grad classes, so the class for his PhD are always in the afternoon, 2 to 5, and we only have one a day. So it would have been the classes that he was TAing for.
That he would have potentially been at before your class?
Yes, but been at to support, not to teach, because he was not teaching yet, but to grade or...
So in that capacity, he would have been excused to leave that class to be on time for your class?
Oh yeah, and I checked in with his supervisor for that class, and he said, yeah, I've told him to just leave and be on time, and he kept not being on time.
So
what was that about? What's that about, right? We knew that. We heard that before. Why was he consistently being late for the female teacher's class? And even being told by the other professor, hey, you can go ahead and go. Skedaddle along now. He's like, no, I'm good. She's going to say it never happened with the male instructors, only the female professors.
In your conversations with that other professor that he was TAing for, did he leave the class early enough to be on time, or did he continue to stay at that class?
He continued to stay in that class.
And was the class over when he would leave?
No. He would still have to leave.
So he would still have to leave that class early.
Yeah.
He just would not give himself adequate time to get to your class on time. Okay. Do you have any idea of why that would be?
I do. I know that the grad students have a poll.
Okay.
They literally started, because as part of his PhD, he had 3 courses, right? 2 by
Is that the tally, the Brian tally we heard about?
a female professor and 1 by a male professor. And they started compiling how late he was to the female professor classes versus the male. And we compare note in the last meetings of the year, and literally late for every single class for the female professor, and not even late once for the class with the male professor.
What does that say about Brian Koberger? Is that a coincidence that he's always late for the female classes but not for the male? Interesting.
Okay. Yeah, and that aligns with what we've heard a lot of already. So
Again, it's speculation though.
Yeah.
Like, we don't know that, but it's like this micro, like, I don't respect you quite enough.
okay.
Yeah. And it felt like that, interacting with him.
Okay. Did you ever bring it up to him?
Yes.
Did you bring it up one-on-one? Did you bring it up in front of the class?
So
I know
one
you
on-
said the one instance where you referenced him being on time.
Yes.
Did you ever like call him out for it in the middle
Well,
of class?
that one, oh, you're on time today, was right in front of everyone, kind
Yeah.
of thing. Yeah. One-on-one I did when you like would just argue and argue and argue. And I said, there's, what did I say? There is something to be said about a white male telling a grown female professor that he knows better. And then,
Oh, hell. He probably didn't like that none. That was probably not perceived well by Brian Christopher Koberger. Lady, you're rock solid, man.
he gave me I have a gay friend, but I have worked with women before and that's not what's happening. So, no.
I have a gay friend, so no, I'm not mad at women? What? What kind of word salad you got, Koberger? You got a gay friend. Yay, give you an apple? What?
No kind of insight into his behavior, I would say.
Okay. And in the
Right.
Oh, obsessed with serial killers. He would talk about it in class.
He was obsessed with, well, he's a criminology major. The Proberg, or the supporters will remind us of that. So yes, that's a given. Criminology, but he's obsessed with them. That was his focus, besides the methods and the essay burglary stuff.
Okay.
A lot. And talked about working with, I don't know, it's been in the media, but whomever the woman was that taught him and that had
So was the intent to go into that house, go up those stairs directly to Madison Mogen's room with the intent to SA her, and do what he did in the end? But Kaylee Gonzalez was in that room and in that bed and totally ruined everything he had planned in his mind. No assault occurred in this home in that fashion. But was that the intent the whole time?
publish, I don't know how many books on serial killers. I talked about this in class, yes.
Okay. You said so. There's somebody specifically that taught him about serial killers and books that he read.
I think in his prior university, so I forgot the name.
Yeah, we're aware. Okay.
That would be DeSales University and Dr. Catherine Ramsland.
I'm sorry. I know I asked the question. I may have missed it. Did you bring up him being late to him one-on-one? Did you guys
No.
you didn't have a conversation about that? Okay. So you did, other than the comment about him being on time, you never confronted him about being late to your classes?
No.
Okay.
Because at some level, I'm going to be honest, class was just easier when he was not in there.
Okay.
But you know, the week after the murders, the week that he missed, at the end of class, I think 3 female grad students came to me and said, "Oh my God, class was so much better today, like just easier to navigate," kind of thing. So it was like a palpable. Oh, and physically in the class, everyone, we would, circle around the table. So they would all circle and they would leave this empty space, and Brian would sit next to me every time.
Creepy. Oh, goodness. And class was better without Brian. And when they do the circle, he would always sit next to her. He's like, lady, I'm going to write a paper about your paper.
Like, that's how I saw it, is him. But I'm pretty sure that was, I don't remember when that was. Now I'm like going to note every time a student has an injury, but like at the time, yeah.
It's understandable. Yeah, you have anything?
Yeah, one thing. Actually, and this is going to be a little difficult because we've sat and we've talked about Brian for this entire time. But what I'm thinking is, though, setting aside the potential for him being
That FBI agent coming in hot, that guy's got to be BAU. He's got to be. Because the guy doing the main questioning, I think, is with the police department there. But that guy that keeps stepping in, that started at the get-go, he's FBI. Kind of like when they had the Dylan interview with Detective Googe.
the suspect for 4 homicides. Setting aside all the conversations we've had and your speculation after he was arrested. Tell me about Brian, your opinion, your thoughts, your emotions.
See, this guy's FBI. And remember when they did the interview with Molly, the DoorDash driver, and they went through that whole methodical thing with her? You're walking to the car. You're getting in the car. What do you do next? Molly's all like, I go for the keys. I go to the ignition. I touched the gear shift. It was wild to watch that interview. And I wondered, did they do one like that with Dylan? Because I think it would have been necessary.
Who is Brian Kohberger before all of this happened? If you can do that, it's difficult to step aside now because your time and actions have colored who we believe this kid is. Who was Brian before? Was he an asshole? Was he a nice person who was misunderstood? Was he a mess? In your own words, who is Brian Kohberger to you prior to all of this happening?
Okay. This is a good question, and I will tell you why. Because we had a faculty meeting right before the Christmas break.
Right before the Christmas break, after the crimes, they have this meeting. Okay.
At which time, we did not know any of this. And we discussed every single one of our grad students. And he was the one that took the most time because he was highly problematic. And here's what I told my colleagues. I told them, he is smart enough that in 4 years we will have to give him a PhD. Like, he was not failing. He was not doing great, but he was like academically where you would expect a first-year PhD student to be. But I said, mark my word, I work with predators. If we give him a PhD, that's the guy that in that many years when he's a professor, we will hear is harassing, stalking, and sexually abusing of his, I thought would be his students at wherever university he ended. Because there was a performance issue in terms of TAing, a couple of us made the argument that that was the time to cut his funding and get him out. Because otherwise he was smart.
Otherwise he was smart. Everybody on the internet wants to call him a dumb idiot. Brian Kohberger's stupid. I'm like, not so fast, y'all. Where are you getting that from? Because he took the phone? Because he used his car makes him stupid? Nothing about that makes him stupid. Not one single thing. I can't figure out why he took the phone yet, but he took it for a reason, and I'll die on that hill. I said it from day one when everybody couldn't figure out the phone. Why did he take it? That's a good question. Why did he take it? It's a damn good question. And I'm going to ask him one day.
I think that's probably the closest I can say to what my appraisal was of him as a person before we knew any of this. I thought he was a different type of creep. I really kind of missed it in that lens, but he was stalking people. Like, and my thing was like, if we give him a PhD and he gets to be a professor, can you imagine what being a student of him would look like?
Professors hold a lot of power over their students because you're controlling their future, the future outcome.
Could you imagine if he'd actually got pulled off being a serial killer and was a professor of criminology at the same time? What kind of hell he might put his students through? He'd have lost his shit along the way and got caught. But damn, what if he chickened out and couldn't follow through with the thoughts in his head, but he could act out as a professor? Well, maybe one day we'll figure it out. Mora's like, why the hell? You had those forensic data wiping tools, right? So did he think he was safe? Turns it off for 2 hours, but back, why? Were you going to get lost going the back way back home? You needed to get the GPS going, and then forensically data wipe it later.
Where they can and cannot go.
Yeah.
Some people abuse power. Some people treat it like it's supposed to be treated. Very interesting. Okay, I know that's not a lot long term. That's exactly what I wanted to know. What if you had the view ahead of time and what your view was separated out from this incident?
Yeah. So I mistakenly, and I did say in that meeting, because I was the logical choice for him to work with me because, again, of the closeness and research interest, and I said that I would not chair his dissertation. And if that meant, because that's, and we talked about this as a backup solution for kicking him out.
A backup solution. They were going that far, and now she doesn't want to share the dissertation. Remember, what's her name? That Bronx Tales chick lost her shit about that, and Viviana took her to school over it. But that's big. I don't even want to share that. She knew if I promote this guy and give him that stuff, he's going to go out and do all these bad things. It's crazy. And what was WSU's response to her? Right? The buck don't stop with her. There's people above her that she's got to report all of this to. And Snyder was reporting stuff too. And a handful of students are reporting formal complaints at the same time. Wow.
Because we were cutting his funding, right? And what that meant were he would not be paid for it anymore, but he could pay out of pocket to stay. But then our backup was, if he cannot form a committee, as in no one will chair your dissertation, which I would have been, we can kick him out this way as well. And I said to my colleagues, I will not chair his dissertation. I work with predators, like I don't put my name next to them, kind of thing.
Oh.
And actually, I made the joke about the predator thing, which in retrospective is not.
In retrospect, it was, you didn't know that would go that far. She's like, I'm not putting my name on that. She studies predators for a living. She ain't putting her name on none of that nonsense.
Great. Hindsight is 2020.
And when was this meeting that you had these
December.
discussions? This was your December staff meeting, though, when you guys were discussing your grad students.
Yes, it was the last one. I can find the exact date. It's all of our faculty meeting are on Wednesdays. I can find the date if that would be useful.
And during that, though, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but it sounds like you guys were already looking at either trying to remove him from the program or get him to move on to another school, or...
Okay, the room was more divided than that.
Okay.
So a core of us really felt strongly that we needed to just, again, act now. Not everyone was so, like... That's rash to be cutting someone's funding after just 4 months. Some people thought the stalking behavior was not quite enough. They wanted more. So
The stalking behavior was not quite enough. Was it? Damn, WSU.
and other colleagues say, "Oh, but poor Brian, he seems to have a self-esteem issue," which we
Poor Brian seems to have a self-esteem issue. Give him another shot at it. Maybe he won't block any more women in the room. Maybe he won't do all this weird shit. Maybe what? Give him a chance.
really pissed me off because so what? Like, okay, you have a self-esteem issue. That's on you to fix. But
oh snap! She's like, so what if you got a self-esteem issue? That's on you to fix. I ain't put my name on that shit. Go, Miss Emily. Emily.
Yeah.
How common is that to be discussing pulling funding for?
That has never happened before.
Wow.
Okay, so this was unique.
Yep.
You've been there, what? But that has never occurred during your time here at the school.
I have seen someone else get their, their funding pulled, but that's literally because they stopped showing up to class. So, and it was much later. Like, it was not 4 months in. So
It's never been an active discussion to pull someone's funding
Yeah.
or talk about if they cannot get their committee for their dissertation, they'll have to do something else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and again, a very random detail. The night before, because we had a potluck for Christmas, and I was late picking up my gift, so I was to Safeway late the night before that party, and I saw Brian there in the parking lot, and he was so lost in thought that I had to wave at him for literally 2 minutes, and then I was like, okay, I don't think it's him. And
He's in the Safeway parking lot late at night, lost in thought. Like, just chilling in the Safeway parking lot. Like, why go home, dude, to get on the couch, lie on the bed? He's going to be chilling at the Safeway, lost in thought. Maybe he was in deep thought like Jack Handy.
at some point he saw me and and the next day he came and apologized, but he was very, very much deep in thought. He was like, was that you, like, the day after? And I was like, yes, that was me. And it got to the point of awkwardness because I was like, okay, I think I have
For whatever reason, the prosecution found no evidentiary value in the TV. And I guess when they released the crime scene to Anne, she went there and got it. I don't even know what the TV is supposed to mean. Or is it like the fire stick inside's going to hold all the key? I saw a post on Reddit where somebody mentioned the most bizarre shit concerning this little fire stick that was allegedly found in his apartment, right? Well, it's in the document. It's got all the information on there that Koberger put on there about his phone data, his car, la 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 la. I don't know what his TV says. My uncle said one time that the government is spying on you through the TV because they're starting to install little cameras. And I thought that's pretty wild. Now my phone knows what I'm thinking all the time.
the wrong guy. Yeah, but anyways, it was at Safeway very late that night. And I know that was past the murders and stuff.
Okay. Solid.
Yeah, if you don't have anything else for us, I think that pretty well answers our questions.
Okay.
Well, thank you so
thanks
much
a lot.
for your time.
I really appreciate
And all of these have been insightful for this. It's definitely been a unique case for this area. We don't see this around very often, thank goodness. However, we might want.
Y'all, to me, that TV's no count. There's nothing there. I've not seen one thing ever filed by Ann Taylor to indicate that that's exculpatory or damaging in either way, right? It's a TV. I don't know what the TV could hold. Was it once used as a computer? We need the tower. What could the TV tell? The fire stick? What was he watching? Crazy movies? Watching your dirty shows? Was he watching dirty shows? Probably he was on his phone. It was pretty disgusting what his phone was looking at.
Is that
Yeah,
not
we-
FERPA?
Did they come to you in a professional? Yeah, boy, I'm gonna struggle. How's this? Would you reach out to this grad student? Are they a grad?
Okay, they're asking her about what was her name? Kai. I can't remember her name. She's the Asian student that had her apartment broke into. And then she tells Brian, because she was friends with Brian, tells Brian, my apartment was broke into. I'm concerned. They lived in the same apartment complex. And Brian goes over there and installs cameras in her apartment. And then strange things happen inside her apartment. A cake gets moved. She burned a cake, left it on the counter to cool it. She comes back and the cake's been messed with. Some personal items were also burglarized from her home. And then here comes Brian riding in on a song. Oh, don't you worry, girl, I got you. We'll install cameras. What? Did you install the app to view the cameras on your phone, Brian? Without her knowledge when you were installing her new camera that you suggested?
Okay, I'm assuming again we would have.
Did Brian break into her apartment and then she's like, oh my God, I got to break in? He's like, well, you could use the camera. I'll install it for you.
Already had interviews with that individual. However, same thing as the one that came out crying.
Any evidence on Brian's phone that he had that girl's app on his phone looking at her apartment? Well, we don't know. We don't got no goods on Brian Koberger yet.
If you could reach out to that individual and ask them, have they interviewed, and especially in the context, was that relayed to them that someone had broken into her house? She has interviewed. Just ask her the question, if someone did you relay that during the interview?
Okay.
We would be interested, extremely interested.
And I remember telling her, I think you need to report this because it was so weird what was stolen that it seemed like to me.
Right.
And again, might be pure speculation. I have no indication that he did.
And I don't want to stereotype and stuff. We're on college campus. There's a lot of people that come to college campuses specifically for criminal activities like such, or they find an opportunity and they jump.
I know. Yes.
There's a million reasons. However, we don't know those reasons for certain, and everything needs to be looked into.
Okay.
That would be of interest.
Okay.
And I apologize, I had already shut the recorder off, but you said that a female student came to you and reported, and this was September, October timeframe,
Yeah.
that somebody had broken in and stolen some intimate items.
Yes.
Okay.
And that she was very scared. And
Rightfully so.
yeah.
And are you aware, did she report this?
I did not. I remember telling her, I really think it needs to be at least on the police radar, because there's a theory with escalation, specifically with fetish burglaries, right? But yeah.
Fetish burglaries. Well, now we got the fetish burglaries. Jesus Christ, none of our shit's safe. There's predators everywhere. Lock your doors, people, and check the thud in the night. You never know.
I don't know that she did.
Okay.
Did she share with you what was taken?
I remember.
I can't.
But I'm not. Again,
Okay.
it's not super clear in my head.
Okay.
Okay, and that was the end of that interview. That's wild, y'all. She's got some insight there. So now you got to wonder about the WSU lawsuit. People are on, like, well, what were they supposed to do? They were looking into it. They were investigating it. They had to follow protocol. Well, then you go and listen to her interview. Like, they were really trying, coming up with a backup plan even. Because if you're a criminology department, that's what I questioned. If you're a criminology department and you realize what you may have on your hands, you have a responsibility to act, not be afraid of a lawsuit by the guy. Like, we got our priorities mixed up here. I understand they got to protect the shit, But no, sir, we also got to protect the people. And why are we not going to hand out degrees to guys that criminology professors think could harm a bunch of people one day, right? That's a little much. That's wild, y'all. That is crazy. So I wanted to bring that out tonight, and I could have thrown that up in the thumbnail and then made it all about that interview, but I didn't. 'Cause it's a method to my madness. If they get curious because of the thumbnail, they'll come check out the show. And it might start off in one way and end another way. I don't know. It's a big social experiment. Anyway, I never know where it's going to go. But I wanted to point out what's going on with the family, what they're out there saying, and they're trying to promote the foundation as well. Murder has a name, right? To help other families solve. And I know they're solving with IGG. I hope that it's done legally and on cold cases, because we're not ready for active investigations like this one. The waters are muddy. We got a Supreme Court case going to happen about the IGG, which is another problem in this case. And for people to deny that's a problem in this case, they're not looking at the case through the right lens, right? If IGG is the only way they got to Brian Kohberger, the literal only way, that could be a problem in the future. Maybe not right now, but it could be 10 years from now. This investigation was done thoroughly, but nothing led them to Brian Kohberger except for a sheath, and they didn't know whose DNA that was. They didn't have a clue whose white car that was on that grainy footage. There's no cell phone to look at, because even the geofence warrant wasn't going to kick out his number because it wasn't turned on, right? So always keep those things in mind. I know exactly what they had on Kohberger and what they didn't have on Kohberger, right? But so what was there was always a problem with the case, but I just could not ever put my finger on it. I knew IGG was a problem, and Taylor made sure we knew all that, and she was not wrong. But then again, like I said, also the July 18 hearing where she stands there, I can't be ineffective counsel if you don't give me a continuance. Continuance denied. She let out a laundry list of reasons. Days later, we got a plea deal. Now we got a book, broken plea. Now we got a takesy-backsy situation with my bad. I may not be guilty after all. Can I take it back and evaluate it now? Like, what's happening here in the Idaho 4 effect, right? And I'm not setting out to do these shows to change people's minds, but I want the alternative into the algorithm, because it's been broke with this case a long time. People are broken. And we can't draw attention to what the Probergers are doing to the families. I don't care if they're discussing a million ways to Sunday on how Kohberger ain't the guy. That's their right to do that. People discuss why Rick Allen's not the guy. So I'm not going to shut down the people trying to figure out if Kohberger's the guy. But don't go after the parents in the meantime. It's really uncalled for. And it's a little off-putting. And they need support. So thank y'all for coming in to this show to talk about this. There's enough talk about a lot of things out there right now, but not enough about this, in my opinion anyway. I'm starting to get tired and hungry. I'm getting a little hungry. It's been a long day. Let's see what's going on here in the chat before I head out. Biggest premeditation. Red flag, says Holly. Sirius says, good point, Holly. He needed the space for his parents to get out and roam for victims. Yes. It feels like he began that immediately, right? Sirius, because we all know, per court documents, he ordered his little weapon of choice before he ever took off out there to Washington. He went with intent, right? He went with intent, and we can tell from documents and like the professor and all the reports, he started the hunt right after he got there. Like an immediate laser focus. Mother's no longer here to stop me. Oh shit. Okay, I gotta go eat some food. We gotta get up tomorrow to cover Lindsay Clancy case. I think we're on day 8. I'll double check. Pretty sure we're doing day 8 tomorrow. Thank y'all again for coming in. I appreciate y'all. Hit the thumbs up, share this stuff out, get everything out there. We will be doing more shows in the future on this particular subject itself and this type of derailed misinformation, because it also went down with the Delphi case, and we're going to examine that a little closer. I'm just giving some people a little time right now because I'm not a bully on the internet. I just ask questions and evaluate things fairly. So thank y'all for coming. We'll do that going forward. We'll not have a show tomorrow night. The mods and I need a break. They're like, give it a rest, girl. We're tired. We got to take our little break. But we'll be back with another show soon on this. And if y'all are joining us for Lindsay Clancy, thank y'all for doing that as well. And get us on the replay when y'all can. Y'all have a great one. I'll see you when I see you.
Thank you.